cengkeh, dan beragam rempah-rempah tumbuh sangat subur di Indonesia. Tak menjadi poros utama kegiatan budaya masyarakat Nusantara sejak ratusan tahun lalu. Ratusan kapal-kapal dagang Eropa dan Asia pada masa itu pun berbondong-bondong ke tanah air untuk mendapatkan rempah-rempah, dan kemudian mengukir jejak jalur rempah Nusantara. Kepopuleran rempah Indonesia merupakan bukti bahwa peradaban Indonesia turut mempengaruhi perkembangan peradaban dunia, sekaligus sebagai salah satu puncak peradaban tanah air. Sehingga penting bagi kita dan terutama generasi muda untuk menjaga dan memahami sejarah jejak jalur rempah Nusantara. Warisan budaya sekaligus warisan dunia yang layak diakui UNESCO. Jalur Rempah Warisan Budaya Indonesia.
Good afternoon to all participants. We will now proceed with the next panel discussion. We have the session Revisiting Spice Routes through Space and Time, Part 1, which will be presented by Dr. Azad Hind Nanda, Professor Dr. Vishva Nath Attri, and moderated by Dr. Maulana Ibrahim. I would like to invite Dr. Maulana Ibrahim as moderator.
Thank you.
Maulana. Are you there?
Yeah. Yes.
The session is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the next session of the second day on the International Forum on Spice Road. After we follow the first session about the Spice Road through time and space, now we are continue to the session that will provide by Professor Dr. Vishva Nath Attri, chair in Indian Ocean Studies at Indian Ocean Rim Association. He is also a researcher and an editor of a book, the Blue Economy Handbook of the Indian Ocean region. Of course, we can learn many things about the aspect of blue economy in the Indian Ocean region. And we also have next speaker is Dr. Azad Hind Nanda. He is a scholar at Nalanda University, a research fellow at Heritage Society in Patna, India, and he also working as a project coordinator in archaeological survey project. And he is also an expert in the comparative study of cultural exchange in South and Southeast Asia, especially in Buddhist art and heritage. So in this session, we will pleased to welcome the first speaker, Professor Dr. Vishva Nath Attri, to give his presentation for 20 to 30 minutes. Professor Vishva Nath Attri, are you there?
Yes.
Thank you so much. So the time is yours, please.
Okay, thank you. So let me first congratulate the organizers for choosing such a relevant subject. And here in Mauritius, I'm speaking from the Secretariat of IORA. And before I talk about the spice routes, let me just give a brief account of IORA, which was founded in March 1997. It has 22 member states and 10 dialogue partners, and focus on regional economic cooperation through 6 priority areas and 2 cross-cutting focused areas. And here, one of the important landmark in the history of IORA occurred when on 7th March 2017 in Jakarta, Leaders Summit was held for the first time. And in that Leaders Summit, Prime Minister, Presidents, and senior ministers from 16 countries of IORA were present. And they basically focused on a theme which was adopted in the Leaders Summit, that was promoting regional cooperation for a peaceful, stable, and prosperous Indian Ocean. So that is the Jakarta Concord theme. So what I see in present time, we need to adhere to Jakarta Concord, which also basically makes a reference to UN Resolution 2832 26, which basically declared Indian Ocean as zone of peace. And in the Concord, it was also agreed by all the heads of the states in 2017 that UNCLOS, United Nations Conventions of the Law of the Sea, will be the constitutions of the ocean to govern the further cooperation in the Indian Ocean Rim Association. Now, these are some of the things basically which are very important. And if we go back in the details of the Jakarta Concord, it basically emphasized maritime safety and security, trade and investment, fisheries management, academic science technology. Then you see tourism and cultural exchange. I remember that in 2016 and 2015, there were 2 or 3 conferences organized by Indonesia on the theme of tourism and cultural exchange. So one thing which is important that tourism and cultural exchange, which is one of the priority area of IORA, has been given little attention. So my presentation basically focuses on revisiting spice routes, implications for IORA. So here, as all of us know, that maritime silk routes, spice route is the name given to the network of sea routes that link the east with the west. Then the second point which I want to make, that Western Indian Ocean, which is very important from the viewpoint of, you made a reference to the book on Blue Economy of the Indian Ocean region. So the Western Indian Ocean, basically in terms of capital asset of various species, has been calculated 333 billion US dollar, and it is capable of generating $20 billion inflows, which may be distributed in 10 of the countries of the Indian Western Ocean ocean. So basically, the blue economy has also a flavor, and that I will be talking later on in terms of underwater cultural heritage. So basically, sea provided free lines of communications. That is very important. That is the lesson which we learn from ancient Indian Ocean trade routes. I am also a student of globalization, the student of economics, trade and investment. And if we try to see the wave of globalizations, this present globalization is termed as 4.0. But the earlier globalizations which took place in the 100 BC to 2000 BC, that is basically the whole history of the spice routes, are so fascinating. And if I try to interpret in terms of modern terminology, I would like to make a reference to the World Bank report, which was published in 1999-2000, which focuses on knowledge economy. And here, in the ancient trade routes, basically, there is a reference that with the trade commodities like spices, silk, and other articles, they also exchange the knowledge and the culture. So the exchange of knowledge and the culture, that basically is what I would say missing in the present wave of globalization. So the culture basically has to be defined, and this cultural exchange should also form a part of what we call sustainability, which is the cornerstone of blue economy. So one of the insight which comes from the history of spice routes, ancient spice route, that why not we focus on sustainability, the blue economy, which is basically is going to dictate the prosperity of the globe by 2030, basically is also linked with the sustainable development goal. So here is a lesson for us to go into the history, and the archaeologists and the social scientists, they can pave the way that how or in what way we can try to ensure peace, peaceful and stable, prosperous Indian Ocean, which is the basic idea of Leader Summit of IORA agreed in 2017. So in that context, what I'm pleading basically that the institutions which focus on culture, and I would like to congratulate your institution and the institutions that I make a reference to Indian Council of Cultural Exchange and the project MOSM. And if we go into the history, basically, we find that the spice routes, they were from the west coast of Japan through Indonesia, India, Middle East, and across the Mediterranean to Europe. So these routes, they were difficult, and they are even difficult, but they cover the distance of 15,000 kilometers. So in the same way, basically, what is required that the ancient code which are there on the route, which has been examined and which have been reported, they basically give a message what basically is one of the focus of IORA, that shipping and port-led development, shipping and ports, that basically which ensures the connectivity. So connectivity, access to markets, that is the another lesson which we learn from these, you see, spice routes. Now, little bit going into the history, what are these spice routes? Although everybody knows, but still, basically, there are few facts which I found from the history. That is, they were established when the Han Dynasty in China officially initiated trade with the West in 130 BC. The Silk routes remained in use until 1453 AD. Then basically, it has been in operation for centuries. The Silk Road has been used for international trade. The routes had a lasting impact on global business, culture, and history that resonate even today. So what was the basic feature of this ancient trade route? That is basically the trade was closely linked with cultural exchange. The cultural exchange and the cultural exchange, basically, if I try to interpret in terms of economics, basically we had a type of globalization which ensure the product mobility as well as the factor mobility. So in present age of globalization, we are focusing on product mobility, market access, but we are not focusing on factors of production mobility, that is the people to people exchange. So there are so many visa restrictions and all that. So that part of factor mobility, which was deeply rooted in the ancient roots of Indian Ocean region, needs to be investigated. And this needs to be investigated by forming interdisciplinary research studies. You see, there must be scientists, there must be social scientists, historians, economists. So that is basically which I suggest is one of the recommendations, because I have been there for more than 5 years as chair in Indonesian studies. So these are some of the things which came from my research, that such studies needs to be focused. Because earlier in July, this Indian Council of World Affairs also organized the similar international conference. And there, basically, I delivered a talk on underwater cultural heritage. So that underwater cultural heritage is one of the outcome which needs to be sensitized, which needs to be promoted. And that basically also in line with the blue economy, which basically is meant for bringing prosperity in the world and basically in the countries of the Indian Ocean region. So these goods basically, which were traded in the past, they were based on the principle of profitable goods. They were traded, were spices. And that is basically spices such as cinnamon from Sri Lanka and cassia from China found their way along the spice routes to the Middle East. And that basically, if we try to make the intensive study of these products, I think these products were good according to the theory of comparative advantage. Then basically, in my PPT, there is a figure 1, which basically try to show the route from starting from, you see, Indonesia, the Bay of Bengal, India, Gulf, and then basically going to the Western, the whole of the Western Indian Ocean. So that basically is one thing which can be the same old route basically needs to be explored. And then, as I suggested, if we want to promote the underwater cultural heritage, so we can work on that. And then basically another figure is from the archaeological sites of the with the modern names, that also shows how that trade from Indonesia started through Sri Lanka and the Indian ports to the Middle East, as well as to the Europe and to the Western Indian Ocean countries, that is the Mozambique, Madagascar, and all that. So that basically is a very fascinating thing. Then another thing which is very important, that is regarding the what were traded along the spice routes. And this spice basically comes from the Latin word, which means the term of special value. The importance of spice can be related since they had ritual and medicinal values and also. And then these basically traveled through southern India, Sri Lanka, and particularly they grew in Moluccas, better known as the Spice Island. And one important thing from the point of view of Indonesia, Indonesia has been a land of, you see, spices, but in the history, we find a reference that the spices from Vietnam and spices from Sri Lanka and other countries, they basically, and particularly Singapore, they found more value, and that is basically in terms of the value addition. So the value added theory basically can explain all these things. So the point which is very important, that is basically that the different dynasty, you see, different Chola regime, Shri Vijayan rules. I won't go into the details of the different rules and their time period. They basically dominated the ocean. But the basic idea which we get, that all these rulers in the past, they were liberal also, but they dominated just for the benefit of their regime to get the prosperity. But we do not find any reference in terms of serious maritime safety and security issues, you see. So basically, one lesson which can be drawn from the ancient trade routes or the spice routes, that how we can ensure by making examples, by making intensive study to the ancient trade routes of the Indian Ocean, that peace and stability can be ensured in the Indian Ocean, rather in all the oceans, if we believe in the theory of one ocean. And this is basically is very important for reaping the advantages from the ocean economy or the blue economy, which basically is the important subject all over the world. So then basically, historically, we can make a reference to the product. The silk was one commodity, spices was other commodity, and silk basically was considered as a luxury product, and the trade in silk remained relatively low in volume, but the trade in other goods basically dominated the volume of trade in those areas. So in that way, what are the lessons which we can learn from the analysis of the spice routes if we revisit the history? So we can say that there has been a great sharing of languages among the different nations and islands, and that is evident in one of the study which has been done by Side Botham in 2011, and reference is made as page 75. Then in Skurata, there is evidence of the use of various languages such as Greek, Aramaic, South Arabian, and Ethiopic. That also basically shows that spice routes also ensured the sharing of languages, you see. That is basically the culture that basically promoted the culture of mutual exchange, culture of basically inclusiveness. That is very important. You see, social inclusiveness. So what is important lesson that these trade routes basically focused on the social inclusiveness. All the sectors of the society were taken care of. And this is the lesson which is relevant for modern globalization. If we try to see the advantages and disadvantages of globalization, and there is a wave of opposing the globalizations because the farmer communities in most of the countries, emerging countries, developing countries, do not feel benefited by this globalization. So that is basically why not we study the old, you say 1.0 globalization, which occurred during the ancient time. Then the another factor which I mentioned, that spice routes and factor mobility. So this is also a great lesson that Indian Ocean archaeology, especially by means of epigraphic finds and ceramic studies, but also increasingly by way of archaeobotany, has highlighted the great degree of connectivity and mobility in the ancient world. So that is basically E.H. Sealand 2014. So that basically is the another aspect which is relevant for IORA, because in IORA, the mobility, I may make the reference trade TBC, trade business card, which has been on our agenda for so many years, but this has not been agreed due to different rules and regulations, visa rules and regulations in the member countries of IORA. So basically, here is the lesson: the connectivity, maritime cooperation, maritime trade. Basically, what maritime cooperation means? Maritime cooperation means that there is an exchange of ideas, there exchange of trade in goods and services within the local authorities, and that basically again is relevant from the ancient roots, but it should be inclusive. It should be inclusive, and it should ensure the social inclusiveness. So in that way, the diverse cultural heritage needs to be understood. So in that basically, we can say that it can be seen that Indian Ocean archaeology has great potential to shed light on the human side of ancient trade. So that is basically, in today's world, we should focus on human face of development. We are focusing on sustainable development. Sustainable development is that development which is basically takes into account the concerns of the posterity, coming generations, and the environmental sustainability is there, environmental conservation. The reference is also made the health of the ocean, plastic pollution, and all that. But sustainable development also basically means that we should bring what we call human face to the sustainable development. So that explains the most of the things which I want to convey. So then basically there has been a study by Curtin in 1984, which used the model of trading diaspora and groups merchants who settled on foreign ground, acting as broker between home and the host countries. You see, basically. So what what is the outcome? What do I suggest basically? So the history basically suggests that we must focus on creating collaboration among the institutions in IORA countries. And in that context, basically, the collaboration between the institutions in Indonesia, institution in India, South Africa, Australia. So that is basically are much more important and valuable. And then you see the Indonesian Biswaseni Buddha Indonesia BSBI can be engaged with similar institutions in the member countries of IORA. Then the other aspect is that under this spice route, we may focus new forms of tourism, which I call blue tourism, being expert in blue economy. And under the category of blue tourism, the reference can be made underwater cultural tourism. So this basically study the history of the ancestors and glorify their adventures by promoting the difficult cultures and commensurating their journey through the promotion of underwater cultural heritage, shipwrecks, and submerged cities. So this basically underwater cultural heritage plays a very important role, and it has a greater potential for future, and it will be also good in managing the ocean systematically and managing the ocean with the eco-based approach, you see, eco-based management approach, which is conducive to the environment. So that is basically is one of the challenge of the implementation of blue economy. So underwater cultural heritage is important, and it can create a source of revenue to most of the IORA countries. And the reference can be made to the recent pandemic, this COVID-19, which has reduced the sources of revenue, which has also reduced the GDP of all the IORA countries as well as the advanced countries. So this underwater cultural heritage basically is an innovative way of bringing additional resources to the economies of the IORA countries. The another recommendation or the conclusion is that the role of science, technology, and innovation in newly emerging sectors of tourism. So basically, whether it is tourism, whether it is port and shipping, whether it is ocean seabed authority, deep sea mineral. So all these things basically are guided by science, technology, and innovation. So we need to have a policy frame in IORA focusing on science, technology, and innovation. And we will be celebrating this Ocean Science Decade, UN Ocean Science Decade, in collaboration with UNESCO from 2021 to 2030. And the whole of the story of blue economy is led by science, technology, and innovation. So that is why I refer that the archaeology, the historian, they should be there in this study because they know what is there underneath water. They can explain the things, but there should be other relevant stakeholders also. It should be an interdisciplinary, inter-country study approach, which is lacking in IORA. And that should be that should be taken care of, that should be studied in context of the spice route, because we can learn a lot from the history. And that history is very rich. That history is very inclusive, equitable. And that is what we want in present world, you see. Then another another recommendation is that there is a need for more sensitization among the IORA countries on spice and silk routes. So my suggestion is, and that is why I congratulated the foundation for undertaking this study. I also congratulated India for undertaking these studies. So in future, there should be more frequent brainstorming sessions on these ancient routes, which are very much crucial for strengthening the institutions of IORA countries, for increasing the collaboration and cooperation, and also promoting the cultural exchange, the tourism. And my intake is, and I have been talking to my colleagues in the secretariat also, the directors and the secretary general, and I experienced a great motivation in Indonesia. Indonesia, as member state of IORA, can take the lead, which already has been taken by Indonesia during 2016 and 17 in promoting these cultural exchanges and undertaking such, seminars. But the time has come to constitute a task force of similar institutions to take innovative studies linking the ancient trade routes heritage with the modern contemporary economic issues, which are basically surrounding today under the banner of what we call sustainable blue economy, because sustainable blue economy is very comprehensive and tourism can be a part of it. So I'm not going into the details of what the sustainable blue economy is and how it is important and what needs to be done. But the point is that inventiveness, innovativeness is a condition which applies to all. And here, the focus, the last, intake, which I'll be suggesting to the audience, to the scholars, that the time has come to focus on this, spice routes, the revisiting spice routes, and the implications for IORA. In the last, I would say that more focus in coming time on the understanding of spice routes will ensure maritime cooperation, peaceful, stable, and prosperous Indian Ocean, which basically has been accepted by all the heads of states of IORA during March 2017 in the first Leaders Summit. So that is basically is the best way, and it, in a way, a focused attempt to implement the Jakarta Concord, basically. And the theme of the Jakarta Concord, as I mentioned, is basically on the maritime safety and security, maritime trade, maritime cooperation. And I try to define the maritime cooperation in terms of inclusiveness, in terms of understanding. And that understanding basically is enhanced through cultural exchange. And moreover, there should be more contact between people, people-to-people contact. That is also important, and that people-to-people contact is missing in IORA. And the people-to-people contact can be enhanced, can be increased, can be better understood by these cultural exchange or by focusing on our history. What is our history? And the history gives the lesson of inclusiveness, social inclusion, peaceful use of the ocean. And that is what basically we are talking in terms of the UNCLOS, the Constitution of the Oceans has been accepted by all the IORA countries. So the future basically belongs to hosting such conferences, workshops, and that basically will be important for the IORA and for beyond IORA in achieving what we call UN Sustainable Development Goals by the year 2030. I am making a reference to 17 Sustainable development goal, end of hunger, poverty, you say women empowerment, and so many things basically. So that is basically what I perceive as chair in Indo-Asian studies under this revisiting spice routes implications for IORA. Thank you very much for giving me the time. I will be very happy for questions and queries. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor Visa. It's a pleasure to hear the story about IORA that you have been done for many years, because the IORA already focused on the sustainably blue economy that also include the eco-management approach and also guiding by science and technology policy from the background of historical and cultural perspective until the sustainable development goals for the future perspective. It is very nice story for us here, because we are all not always listening about our future history and background, but also provide a better future. So including that, please welcome the second speaker, Mr. Azad Hind Nanda. He is also a researcher of archaeological and historical aspect of Southeast Asia, including. So maybe he can give us many perspective and view about this session. Dr. Azad, the time is yours.
Good evening, everyone. Selamat siang, Bapak-Bapak dan Ibu-Ibu. Let me first thank Negeri Rempah Foundation and the International Forum on Spice Route for giving me an opportunity to present and participate in the session. Thank you to our moderator, Bapak Ibrahim and Professor Attri. I want to begin by saying that the spice route has connected several historical civilizations, nations, communities, and people in all across Asia, Africa, and Europe. The trade in lucrative spices since antiquity paved the path for the rise of several powerful polities in both South and Southeast Asia, and empires like Chola, Srivijaya, and Majapahit greatly benefited from the maritime contacts and the expansion of trading routes in the Indian Ocean littoral. This quest to dominate the spice route in turn pioneered and facilitated the exchange of goods, ideas, people, text, and rituals. In today's presentation, I will focus more on how the spice route boosted the economic, cultural, and civilizational linkages between South and Southeast Asia. As Professor Attri already laid down several recommendations in his presentation and has very beautifully discussed about how Indian Ocean can serve not only as a space of contestation, but also as a place of mutual cooperation. So I'm coming from an university, Nalanda University, which claims the name of an ancient Mahavihara, Nalanda Mahavihara, which was one of the pioneer institutions, one of the oldest universities in the world, which has maintained very close linkages with most part of the Asia. I will discuss more on the ancient linkages and will talk briefly on how we can move forward. So in ancient time, spices in historic context have not only served as a consumable item, but rather it has been the marker of prosperity, wealth, luxury, and power. Some of the native products of Southeast Asia, such as cloves, pepper, nutmeg, sandalwood, turmeric, all these found their places outside of kitchen to several rituals and social activities. This led to a widespread scale of diffusion of cultures along with expansion of maritime routes. Before, the larger cultural processes of Indianization and localization, which is widely discussed, began in the first millennium CE, there are ample evidences to suggest that trading contacts existed between South and Southeast Asia much before. The earliest traces of maritime commercial activities in the two regions goes back to as early as 2nd millennium BCE, up to mid 2nd millennium BCE. And there was some kind of trade happening between coastal cities of luxurious products such as sandalwoods and beads, And there has been archaeological discoveries of beads in both Java and even on the southern coast of Indian subcontinent in Kerala and Malabar. There are ample archaeological evidences which suggest the maritime contacts between South and Southeast Asia in the first millennium BCE. And there are also references of Southeast Asian islands in several of the South Asian texts, such as in Matsya and Vayu Purana, talks about Malay Dweepa, which possibly refers to Malaysian Peninsula, and says that this was a place which was which was rich in mines for luxurious products such as gold and other items. Along with that, these were also the places which was very fertile in producing spices. The Southeast Asians were not only receptive of Southeast Asian ideas of urbanism and ritual technologies, but in fact, much before that, they brought seafaring technologies of building massive watercrafts to South Asia. And there are some of ancient boats which have been discovered in the coastal parts of Malabar and Kerala, and also in Sri Lanka, which shows indigenous technologies of Indonesia. And apart from this, several Indonesian species of rice, banana, and others were introduced to Indian subcontinent. In return, concepts of large-scale urbanism, ritual technologies were also introduced to Southeast Asia, which this kind of commercial contacts in turn generated very large economic advantages that in fact gave rise to several of the larger polities in Southeast Asia. And with so in early historic period, with the increasing volume of trade, the local chieftains underlined their prowess, and in order to do that, they brought wide array of rituals and symbols to legitimize their kingship. This success of Buddhism and Hinduism along these trade routes are all closely related to the generosity of the urban elite who brought rituals and symbolism in return to the large-scale volume of maritime trade and connections that were happening at that time. So these all of the seafaring activities and the maritime trade connections happened or was enabled by seafaring voyages that was largely amplified by the monsoon winds that were in fact helping all kind of these kind of trade connections. There were northeast monsoons and the southeast monsoons. Let me share the screen. So there were northeast monsoons that helped from the seafaring activities from all the way from the Africa, eastern part of Africa and Middle East to India, and then further to Southeast Asia. And then there were also the southwest monsoons that were largely that helped in fact maritime trade from the southeast monsoon that helped from Africa and Middle East to Indian subcontinent, and the northeast monsoon that facilitated during the winter time the maritime trade contacts between Southeast Asia and the Indian subcontinent. So this whole natural phenomenon that was there shaped the large scale interactions between two different regions, and the large volume of trade that was happening on both of the sides. Along with that, on the other side also, there were different kind of trading linkages between East Asia and Southeast Asia. So in Southeast Asia and in East Asia, Guangzhou and Philippines emerged as coastal ports, which also acted as nodal centers and had long-distance trade connections with Indonesia. In all this, Indonesian archipelago was in the center of larger seafaring activities between the two biggest civilizations of Indian subcontinent and Chinese side. So this led Indonesia to become a melting point for several cultures and civilizations. And the large number of this cosmopolitan ethnic and cultural assemblies of people in Java, Srivijaya and other places gave a supra-regional outlook or supra-regional or international outlook to the coastal cities, which they in turn maintained long distance diplomatic, religious and other forms of exchanges. Spices routes thus was not in isolated alone. It was overlapped with many other forms of network of exchanges. And as Professor Attri has also pointed out, that no trade routes existed alone, but there were also different kind of knowledge networks and other forms of economic networks, commercial networks, knowledge networks, and diplomatic networks existed side by side along that, which in fact served as nodal the coastal cities served as nodal centers in all of that. So while these all things were happening, there were also different kind of close relations. Close relations were being maintained not only by the coastal port cities, but also along with that with the hinterland area. So this the trade that was the maritime trades or linkages that were happening between on the two sides of the Indian Ocean. This was further pervaded into the human life along the hinterland regions as well. And then we have this large-scale Buddhist linkages from the 1st century onwards, with that in fact led to the development of several propagation or development of Buddhist monasteries all along the maritime trade routes. So from the 7th century onwards, there were also a number of different activities were happening along that. So there are the establishment of Srivijaya, a maritime Buddhist empire in Southeast Asia, and then the rise of Palas in eastern part of India, and with this all along. There was also this expansion of maritime trade routes in this Bay of Bengal region, which in turns assembled several factors that led to the radical expansion of maritime trade networks after the 7th century. So,
excuse me, Dr. Nanda, excuse me. Can you please show again your screen, because it's suddenly disappeared, your screen, your presentation screen, please.
So,
okay, good.
So with this rising network, with this increasing connections between the on the two sides of the on two sides of Indian Oceans, there were also this this trade linkages were not in isolation, but there was also this pervaded into the human life of inside the hinterland area. And there were several Buddhist linkages that in fact led to the fostered the development of several institutions. So one is the example of Nalanda Mahavihara that developed during the time of that rose up in the 4th century AD, somewhere in 490 CE. And then we have several references that how the merchant, along with the merchants and travelers, there were the ritual masters and really the scholars and monks traveled all along the maritime trade routes, and this led to, in fact, development and dissemination and diffusion of wider form of different cultural practices. So this is a view of the ancient Nalanda Mahavihara, an aerial view of this. In this, here in the right side, the monastery number 1 is a was donated or was built with the donation of a Srivijayan emperor. So as Professor Ivan also mentioned yesterday about this monastery in his presentation, this monastery was built with the help of the donation of the ruler Balaputra Deva, and there was a Nalanda copper plate grant was discovered from this reason inside from inside this monastery, which in turns have 66 lines on the front side and in the back side. So these 66 lines are written in Sanskrit and in Siddha Matrika script. So these in this inscription, it mentions about several of the empires in Southeast Asia, especially Sailendras, in that, and it mentions records about the land grant in that. So in that land grant, there was also some certain kind of tensions were happening between Salendra rulers and the neighboring rulers. So these were also a form of a diplomatic contacts that were happening at that time. So the inscription also, along with recording a land grant, mentions about Suvarnadweepa and Yavabhumi and Srivijaya, which has also been referred by Ising and several other ritual masters who traveled along these maritime trade routes earlier. So there was a large scale of, along with maritime networks, there were large scale of cultural linkages between several of the institutions. Nalanda was one, but along with that, we have examples of Kalinga, Nagapattinam, and other regions. With that, there was a large volume of exchange of people, goods, text, ideas, rituals, which in fact shaped the whole region, the two regions at large scale. So from almost we have from the 7th century onwards, we have a rapid, at large scale, we have several entrepreneurs developing in the coastal cities such as Bengal, Odisha, Kea, Srivijaya, Java, and Guangzhou, which all emerged as major nodal points for exchange.
Sorry, Nanda. Dr. Nanda, I'm sorry. Can you please give back your screen because it's come back again? Share screen. Okay, that's good.
So along with that, there was this large scale of exchange of goods and ideas, and in that we find several references of monks traveling along these trade routes. So we have a reference of Amogh Vajra, Atisha, and we have, in fact, Ising is always being recalled again and again, who traveled all the way from Guangzhou and spent almost a year in Srivijaya to learn Sanskrit before entering into the Nalanda. So, so there were these trading linkages. So these trading linkages, that the spice route that was all along the that connected the different polities and coastal cities along the Indian Ocean littoral, these were then connected with the overland trade routes that connected the coastal cities to the inner hinterland areas. So we have in Indian subcontinent the Uttarapatha and Dakshinapatha, and then all along there was Silk Route on the in the Central Asia. So all these were connected by one another. So these coastal port cities then was connected with the hinterland areas through the overland networks that in turn brought the spices and the real sense of all those exchanges to and diffused them to the hinterland areas of all across the Indian subcontinent and the wider part of Southeast Asia. So some of the examples of these exchanges that happened in the past are the construction of Nalanda, the establishment of Borobudur and several other temples, which have in turn can be seen several forms of artistic architectural similarities. We have one inscription in Nalanda in monastery number 1, which can be also found in the on the uppermost terrace of the Borobudur. So similarly, Borobudur have also artistic similarities with the Keshariya stupa that is existing in the Vaishali region along this trade route that passes from all the way from Patliputra, Nalanda, and to the region of Vaishali. Along with that, we have diffusion of languages such as Siddhamatrika script can be found heavily all across the islands of Java and other places, which is also widely found in the region of Nalanda and here, nearby. We have also Javanese bronzes, and we have the Nalanda bronze sculptures that were discovered from this region. We have a very close artistic similarities between the both. So these artistic similarities, architectural similarities, and linguistic similarities tells us about the kind of exchanges that happened in the past. And as Professor Attri pointed on in his presentation about and laid down a recommendation for people-to-people exchanges. So in the past, we had these kind of exchanges to a scale where peoples were coming from different regions and spending time in different kind of these cities that emerged as learning centers in Indian subcontinent, in Indonesian archipelago, and spent considerable time to learn, and which also facilitated the development of the cultures of different regions. So in this reason, we have some of the new initiatives have been taken up recently by Indian government, and a university has been established in the region of Nalanda to revive the old glory and the tradition of the ancient Nalanda Mahavihara. I belong to one of the first students of the institution. Although the new Nalanda University is new, but at the same time it holds the legacy and the symbolic power, historical capital of the previous institution. And the institution is coming up in the region of Rajgir, which is very close to the old ruins, almost 12 kilometers from the ancient ruins of Nalanda. And there are the university is currently operating with 4 different departments: School of Ecology, Buddhist Studies, and a School of Language and School of Management. So with these departments, the university is currently operating, and there is a kind of effort is being made in order to again rejuvenate and to revive the old ancient spice trade route that not only fostered the connections in terms of economic linkages, but also in terms of large scale cultural, educational, and other forms of linkages in the past. With this, I want to end my presentation, and Professor Attri has already laid down all the different kind of recommendations that can be again can be taken forward in order to increase the kind of people and people-to-people contact and this that can will help in at large scale to again revive the old ancient trade route. Thank you, Pak. Terima kasih, Pak.
Terima kasih. Thank you so much, Dr. Nanda, for your explanation. Your presentation is very nice, especially in the part of Nalanda Mahavihara, when you mentioned about the Sriwijaya part, and then you move to the Borobudur part, the stupa, the relic, and the artistic things from Indonesia that in the past we are connecting each other. And you close with the how people-to-people contact is really important for nowadays and for our better future. And now we are moving to our second term. Second session is question and answer. So please, everyone in this room, just use your button, raise hand button in the Zoom application. So I will let you speak directly to these 2 speakers, and please mention your name and to whom you will asking a question or argue your argument, or you're sharing something about these 2 presentations. Please, anyone in the room? Okay, we already have CD Manggala. Mr. CD Manggala, please. The operator, please unmute Mr. CD Manggala.
Hi, good morning, dear gentlemen and ladies in the webinar today. My name is CD. I'm currently a researcher in Ghent University in Belgium, doing a massive research on the spices and seasonings, and with the focus on cinnamon. Well, I have this question that I really like to ask for the 2 speakers today. It's about what can we actually learn from the past for future learning for spice routes? Because currently, nowadays, the situation of spice trade barriers is really difficult for, let's say, not only for researchers, but also for traders and producers to meet the quality that has been expected by the international buyers, even though there are some initiatives like a Sustainable Spices Initiative that pulls together all of their resources and data, how to make the spice from us, South, to become the needs of the European or the US market, but still it's difficult to meet. So I like to ask again, what can we learn from the past for us in the future to develop the SPICE initiative, let's say? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sidi. Is there any other question or other person want to ask a question? So we will collect the question and asking to the speaker. Okay, Mr. Agus Jamil, please. Mr. Agus Jamil.
Okay, thank you very much.
Hello, hello.
Hello, yes. Can you?
Yes, please. Yeah, of course. We can hear.
The connection, the cultural connection between Borobudur and Nalanda, if there is any, if in Borobudur we can see there are a boat relief, ship relief. Yeah, is there any such a relief on maritime things in the Nalanda, which may have a similarity, something like that? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Agus Jamil. May I know you're from?
I'm Agus Jamil. I'm from your University of Islamic State University of Syarif Hidayatullah, Jakarta. Thank you.
UIN Syarif Hidayatullah. Thank you. And is there any other participants want to ask a question? Can collect and the speakers will answer it together. Okay, I think it's enough for the first term. So please, the speaker will start. Maybe I think it start from Professor Attri, because there's a good question. What can we learn from the past for us in terms of the future? The participant, Mr. Sidi, said that it's very difficult in spice community nowadays in terms of the market needs and the detail of that. Can you give us a perspective from your vision, Professor Attri, please? Hello, Professor Attri, are you still there? Okay, while waiting from Professor Attri, maybe Dr. Azad can answer some of the questions that I've mentioned before. At least we have two questions for you. Yeah, including the last question, please. Thank you.
So the first question about by making a reference to cinnamon, what we can learn from the past and how we can move ahead in the modern market system. So I have not much idea of the modern market system, but what we can learn from the past is that in ancient time these products or these spices were not only a part of the kitchen items, but they were also part of the ritualistic item. So we have the earliest reference of sandalwood. Sandalwood is one article. We have sandalwood. We have discovered in Indian subcontinent. The earliest traces goes back to almost Neolithic age. So sandalwood is hugely referred in most of the textbooks, and it is also being used for most of the rituals in all of the traditions in the Indian subcontinent. also in Indonesia. So these different kind of spices and luxurious item. Along with, we have turmeric. Turmeric be used in most of the rituals in both Brahmanical and rituals related to Hinduism. So these have entered into the life system of the people.
Just send the message because.
And so, in the past, all of the different kind of spices were part of the largely were part of the whole system of rituals, whole system of ideas of purity, and were attached to the daily life needs of the people. Not along with the kitchen item, it was part of the whole value system or the life, the different kind of life activities. So in modern times, slowly and slowly, we can move, we can return back to what the practices we had in the past, not in the direct sense, but in the symbolical sense. We can return back to the text. We can return back to those different principles that laid down the larger use of all these of different kinds of spices in all over Southeast and other parts of Asia. And for the second question, for the any reference of boats in Nalanda, in Borobudur, we have a very good and very clear relief which displays a large or massive boat or sea watercraft in the Borobudur relief. And I think in Nalanda there is not any. We have not found or discovered any such clear image or clear relief of boat. However, there are on the panels of Nalanda, especially in the Sarai Mound, there are Jataka tales that has been displayed all along the relief panels. In some of the Jataka tales, there can be seen certain traces of oceans. However, some of the deities, such as Manjusri and others, are hugely discovered all over Nalanda. So some of those deities were also the part of the ocean, protecting gods and goddesses. So Nalanda also, along at the moment, what we have the discovered area is just the 9% of the whole region that Nalanda possibly occupies. So much of a certain part of the relics of the ancient Nalanda is still buried inside the local villages which are existing over the mount. So possibly, maybe in future, maybe some kind of those may be discovered. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your answer. And Professor Attri, are you still here? Hello, Professor Attri.
Prof. Attri, could you unmute your settings?
Okay, while we are waiting for Professor Attri, I already make a mark in the question for him. We also have another participants who want to ask a question. So we can move to the next participant. There is Mr. Abe from National University of Singapore. Already raised his hand. Please, Mr. Abe.
Thank you, Pak Maulana. I would like to ask my question to Dr. Nanda and Prof. Vishwa. For Dr. Nanda, what is the plan for the Nalanda University to involve youth and communities to further learn and understand about the importance of spice route and the connection between India and Indonesia? And for Prof. Vishwa, Prof. Vishwa mentioned about the importance of strengthening economic cooperation in IORA. However, I note that the intra-regional trade in IORA is relatively low. So are there any plans to create or develop a free trade area which are usually built or developed by other regional entities such as in EU or in ASEAN? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Abe.
Okay.
Yes.
Can I?
Okay, Professor Attri, please.
Okay.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Okay. We have two
Uh,
questions for you, if you already
yes.
noticed or here, please.
So very good questions. Let me first talk about the first question regarding the spices and see, in that case, basically, in modern times, we can talk about creating standards, you say. One of the issue which has been discussed in 2014 and 15, and even I think it goes back when the IORA was established, there was a project on standardization. You see, we have to create standards for our products, you see. And for that, basically, if we go to the WTO regime, the sanitary and phytosanitary clauses, SPS clauses, basically, they are the basic cause of preventing the market access of these spices to the European market. For that, you see, I conducted a study long back, that is a study on basically bilateral, this study on bilateral and regional trade and investment between member states of IORA. That study was completed in 2017 and it has been accepted by all the member countries. But the 15 recommendations which I made in the study, and they basically needs to be discussed among the member states. One recommendation which basically is very important is creating a pressure group in the WTO, like the other existing groups, so that the 22 member states can raise their voice regarding such issues. So in that case, the other way out is the practical way, that we should try to create some regional standard centers which certify that the products, the spices basically is of a particular standard, and standardization institutions are lacking in IORA. So my recommendation is that out of this workshop webinar, the governments, this recommendation should be shared with the governments of the IORA countries, and that basically should be one of the recommendations, that the time has come that in past there was no such conditions, or as mentioned by the other speaker, what were those conditions? That is the subject for the historian, for the archaeologist to go into the deep study and to find out such recommendations. Then the other stage is that on the basis of these recommendations, we can interpret those recommendations in modern jargon, so that same rules and regulations we can forward, we can take up to the WTO. And then I think there will be a greater market access, and that will be one broad lesson learning from the past. Another important question, basically, which has been raised, that is regarding the free trade area. Now, being an economist, and I am basically an international trade economist, in 2017, when there was a leader summit, the concept of comprehensive economic partnership agreement was forwarded by Republic of Mauritius, and as chair Indian Ocean Studies, I conducted the research and prepared the concept note. Now, basically, if you go back to the history of creation of IORA, it was created. I'm writing a book on past, present, and future of IORA, in which I will be tackling all those issues. So the idea is important, but at present, what I will say, not going into the details, the political will is lacking. There is no consensus among the member states of IORA to go for SIPA. As a trade theorist, my recommendation, my advice always has been that we should try to set up long-term goal. So in long run, there is a goal, you see, and Indonesia has made a very particular attempts, and there has been a study on this SIPA by Indonesia. I remember in 2018, there was high-level trade discussions, and those trade discussions needs to be continued. There should be a brainstorming sessions among the academicians, the trade theorists, from time to time to focus on the SIPA, Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement. And here, if I go to the lecture by Azad, so the past is a testimony to it. And here, basically, what we learn today in the blue economy, we are talking about decarbonization, emission from this ship. But in the past, they had the technology, the ships were made of wood. There was no such problem of decarbonization. So that is basically setting up the science, technology, innovation network. Science, technology, innovation network across IORA is the other requirement which needs to be done. And when we are setting up these institutions, as I mentioned in my lecture also, in the beginning also, and Indonesia perhaps can take a lead, you see, as mentioned by Azad. Indonesia is a melting point of all the cultures and basically a source of inclusiveness, how the various cultures merged in Indonesia. That's a good example. So we can take a lead through cultural exchanges, through these, spice route studies, to tell to the present world that here lies the process, here lies the way. And I'm sure, and this is my sound belief, that in IORA, the culture basically has been given due, has not been given due prominence. Now, by hosting such seminars, which basically in two months' time, there are 2 such seminars, and I always encourage. So my recommendation is that we should go more for it. And in future, in case of the FTA, I don't say that in near future, maybe around, 2040, 45, there may be some sort of FTA in IORA, but for next 2 decades, I think the political will is not there, but slow movements will be there. There will be something like this. And then basically we need to learn from the experiences of Asians also. So these are some of the things basically. The recommendation is that the past knowledge which we have, that must be interpreted in a new way. And the golden points, the good points, for example, if you study the whole history, that gives a clear message that the trade routes which were made in the past civilization, they were environment friendly, they were sustainable, and those things we are facing even after 2000 years. So certainly there is a lesson, there is a hidden treasure. So those treasures basically needs to be brought out into the eyes of the policymakers, and I hope that policymakers will understand. That is why the tourism and cultural exchange and the basic establishment of IORA basically is the coastal states leading to the prosperity of the Indian Ocean region. Focus is on the socio-economic development. So these are basically some of the suggestions, some of my thinking, which needs to be discussed among the scholars. And I'm happy that scholars all over the world have assembled. And there is always a future, and past is capable of leading us forward in setting up the inclusive society, in achieving the sustainable development goal. So there is a great lesson for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. It was a nice answer in your opinion, your suggestion that you still believe that we can learn many things from the past, including the science and technology in the time, but we can improve in the aspect of science and technology for today's and the future perspective to to improve it, and Indonesia can take a lead of it. That's a very good point for your comments. So we move to another participants because we still have more 20 minutes before
Hasan
this session.
would like to ask questions.
Pa Hasan would like to ask questions. Hello, hello. Is there any question from participants or from Pa Hasan?
Pa Hasan, could you unmute your...
Thank you very much. I wish to warmly greet Dr. Anna. From his presentations, I learned that he was the first graduate of New Nalanda University. If I'm not mistaken, it was in 2017. I was there together with my good friends and colleagues, former Foreign Minister Giorgio, and also well-known scholar, forget his name, but I'll come back later. It was funded by President of India. I was there in my capacity as member of the International Advisory Board of Nalanda. So for that reasons, I'm happy in my capacity now as the board of chairman of the Negeri Rempah Foundations. So in other words, we have good connections, old and new connection with Nalanda. And I wish to maintain contacts on for me to learn more about the development of Nalanda University. So welcome and thank you for your participations. On the IORA, yesterday I mentioned in my opening speech that the Jalur Rempah, or the spice routes, actually connected the Pacific and Indian Oceans. And for centuries, it was a kind of uninterrupted highways, connected the Pacific and now, I think it was since early 90s that IORA was initiated. So we have here a rather imbalance of developments on the Pacific Rim countries and the Indian Rim countries. And as we are now overtaken by new initiatives, at least in terms of contesting ideas, concepts about Indo-Pacific. From the very beginning, I see the imbalances. In the Pacific Rim, there has been quite a good habit of dialogue developed. In fact, those dialogue was institutionalized, like APEC. APEC has annual forum, then ASEAN +3, and now new ideas of RCEP, regional economic partnerships, something which are absent in the Indian Rim. I was sent by President Jokowi as his special envoy to convey his invitation to the presidents of Iran and the Prime Minister of India. And the summit was held in Jakarta, but to me, the attendance of countries in that summit were very much was not as it was expected. So I agree with you when you underline there is a lack of political will. I think we compare with the development in the Pacific Rims, it is really a big challenge for countries on the Indian Rim countries. In other words, and the key is how to promote a good habit of dialogue. What would be the entry points? I believe the entry point, as you underlines, is the cultural exchange. And these Negeri Rempah initiatives, Spice Route is a good way to revive the old highways, sea highways, connecting the Pacific and Indian oceans. And so we look forward to more active cooperations among countries in the regions, and using the cultural cooperations, cultural exchange as a good entry point. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hasan Wirayuda. Your statement is very clear for us, and to make more engagement between scholars, as the two speakers said before, connected people to people. So this connectivity and the target market can be give a place in the same perspective, I think. So we still have another 20, I think. Yeah, 20 minutes before the end of this session. Is there any participants who want to ask a question or give comments, please? We still have 20 minutes in this very interesting topic in this afternoon session. Or maybe the speakers want to give some feedback to what about Dr. Hasan Wirayuda said. Dr. Nanda, maybe?
Thank you, Paul. Thank you so much for your kind words, and it's my pleasure to see you again. I was in the batch of 2015 and 17. I did MA from Nalanda University, and currently I'm doing my PhD in the final, completing the research work in that. And we had also a question from I think Abe about the current developments at Nalanda. So there and what are the new opportunities or things coming up in terms of the for the ASEAN and other initiatives. So we have apart from the regular schools that are operating there with MA and PhD programs, there is one common archival resource center is coming up in the university. And so far, the institution was operating from a temporary campus. This year, in the January, it has moved to the permanent campus, which is still, I think 60% of the campus is built up. Still, it is in the construction phase, but it is still operating. It has now started operating from January onwards this year from the new campus. So we have a new common archival resource center is coming up at the university, where there will be a common platform for and a digital platform for all of the archival resources in ASEAN and other regions will be connected at one single platform. Possibly it is still coming up. And then there we have ASEAN Nalanda ASEAN network of institutions is coming up, a kind of resource center. Then we have also a Bay of Bengal Center for Bay of Bengal Studies is coming up. The announcement has already been done. Possibly this year or at the end or maybe next year it will start operating onwards. So that in the Center for Bay of Bengal Studies will be a research center which will in fact promote the research activities and all kind of engagement will be done, and the larger focus will be on the Bay of Bengal area, which was also in the past a kind of interaction sphere for both of the South Asia and Southeast Asia, common interaction sphere. Apart from this, I think a Center for Peace and Conflict Resolution is also proposed, which will be coming up. So there are these are some of the new initiatives that have come up at the new Nalanda University campus. Possibly the permanent campus will be fully operational and completed possibly by the next year. There may be some more new initiatives might be coming up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Professor Attri, is there anything you want to add?
Yes.
Please.
Yes, I completely agree with Dr. Hassan. In fact, the Indo-Pacific conceptualization, which is under discussion in IORA, it started sometime in 2017, informally, but then in 2019, 18 and 19, IORA basically discussed it in the meeting. And as chair in Indo-Ocean Studies, I was tasked to prepare a concept note on Indo-Pacific. So that concept note which I prepared was an extensive concept note looking at the economic and other aspects and running into the details of the GDPs, exports, imports of all the Indo-Pacific countries. And then that concept note basically has been sent to Government of India, because the Government of India is preparing a abridged concept note, which I prepared on the pattern of the ASEAN. And this Indo-Pacific is under discussion, and it will be discussed in the next COM meeting. As mentioned by Dr. Basically, we need to learn from the Pacific Rim countries. You see, there is really not a good habit of dialogue in IORA, and we are trying to overcome it. So, and the way I believe strongly is through emphasizing the tourism and cultural exchange. So as I already mentioned, the cultural exchange component, which basically translates into people-to-people contact. So the people-to-people context, they are missing in IORA, and that needs to be emphasized. And in that context, I appreciate as chair in Indo-Ocean Studies, and basically, as I mentioned, I'm working on the past, present, and future of IORA. So Indonesia has really contributed to the growth of IORA. Basically, we now have this Jakarta Concord, which has been accepted by all the member countries. So the movements or the discussions or the progress in IORA is somewhat slow, but I do hope that with the expertise, with the people like Dr. Hassan, who are well-placed, and the people around the other member countries of IORA can take a lead. And the lead basically has to be in terms of advocating the good practices, good lessons, which we had in the past. And that basically will shape the position of the Indo-Pacific, which basically, I believe in the long run, likely to happen. It may take time. So IORA needs to learn from ASEAN, APEC, and other regional regional organizations, because IORA, in my assessment, is the overlapping organization of so many regional organizations. Some of the member countries of IORA comes from ASEAN, the Gulf Cooperation Council, SADC, COMESA, SARC. So all these countries, and even APEC. So that basically, it is a combination of so many regional cooperations. And now in IORA, we have started having a close linkage with all these regional economic groupings. And one important lesson which we have learned in the post-pandemic COVID-19 era is the collaboration and cooperation among regional economic groupings, focusing on multilateralism, collaborative cooperations, and sharing it, as I mentioned, the basic theme of Leader Summit is focusing on this peaceful, stable Indian Ocean, which will lead to the prosperity of the people in the Indian Ocean region. So the past basically tells us that the Indian Ocean spice routes promoted well-being, prosperity, inclusiveness for all the reason, and even beyond the reason, because it goes to Europe also. Similar things basically is the need for the future. And in that context, as I think most of the people in the audience also agree, this is basically one of the theme of the session also. We all agree that there is a great potential in our past to lead us in our future, and it will be very well in shaping our future, the future we want. So basically, the future we want lies in more collaborations, more cooperation, that is people-to-people contact, through cultural exchange, through the promotion of tourism. And then I won't go into the detail. All of you know that we should make a collaborative attempt in reaping the advantage from the, marine resources available, whether it is the Pacific Ocean, whether it is the Indian Ocean. So the way is through tourism and cultural exchange, and past is always there to guide us. That is basically is my intake about, but I fully agree with the comments made by Dr. Hashan. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor Attri. And if I may add, what do you always explain us about the IORA perspective of the interconnected between the region and the country, and what do you think about the term of spice route as a concept and as a world heritage? What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think I don't have any doubt. This basically the spice route has a great potential. It needs to be, there should be, I think, as I suggested in my recommendation, let us constitute a task force of the nations who are voluntary, because the principle of voluntarism works in IORA. So let us start creating a interdisciplinary, inter-country task force, and then on the basis of those studies, we should approach the policymakers in the Indian Ocean region, and that is the starting point. So it has a great role, it has a great potential.
Okay, good. So the IORA perspective will make a strong force and involved in the concept of spice route, I think, like that, right?
Yes.
Thank you so much, Professor. So we move to another participants. We still have more 10 to 15 minutes before closing remarks from the speakers. Is there any participants who want to ask something or want to argue or give a comments for this session? Please, we still have 10 to 15 minutes. Bapak Tri Sutrisno, yeah, Mr. Tri Sutrisno Fu, and the next or the last one is Mr. CD Manggala again. Okay, the last one. Please, Mr. Tri Sutrisno.
Hi.
Sorry, can you mute again?
Hi. Okay. Afternoon. Hi,
okay,
you can just call me Trisno. Thank you for your presentation. I am a recent graduate of the Southeast Asian Studies Department in National University of Singapore. My question is for Mr. Azad. You earlier mentioned that there were this spice route network overlap with other networks. I'm just curious to know what are other networks that we can learn about, because I think the beauty of this spice route is that it's multi-local and multi-centeredness. So I'm just curious to know what are other great networks that are also connected to that.
Sorry. Hello? Hello, Mr. Tri. Can you make it more clear because your voice is not so clear here? The question, the point of the question.
Hi. Okay. My question again is just for Mr. Azad. What are other networks? What are other trade networks that we can learn about that are also connected to the spice route? Is it clear now?
Okay, it's clear. And Dr. Azad, I think it's clear to hear. The question is special for you. And the last one, if I may mention, Mr. Sidi again, one last question, make it more short, please.
Hi, me again. So I really love the terms that you promote is about the people-to-people context and collaboration and cooperation. But what we are trying to promote is my friends in the Indonesian Spice Councils, which also here attending, like Pak Utama Kayo. We have kind of difficulties to penetrate the global kind of thing for the common economic partnership agreements on this term. So how can we sell ourselves that we're doing good in producing good quality spices for our future learning to make a handshake with the European or the US countries? We are doing good. So please, see us that we're developing in our ways of producing methods. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Sidi. So I think it's a very clear question to both of the speakers. So please, I think Dr. Azad, please, the first one who answered the question.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Tri. Apart from the networks, the trading networks that existed in the past, there were several other forms of networks. So those networks were not in isolation, but overlapping networks. So one example can be the pilgrimage network. We have a very strong tradition of pilgrimage, both in India, in Indonesia. So till recently, they are still going. I think it still happens. Once in a year, there is a Bali Yatra. So from Bali to Odisha, there is a yatra. Yatra means pilgrimage. A pilgrimage takes place every year. In the past also, there was this a whole tradition of pilgrimage networks where different kinds of peoples, both monks and the lay people, used to visit the different centers of different centers of monastic institutions, such as in Bodh Gaya, very close to Nalanda, in Nalanda, in Sarnath and Sachi, and other places in South India as well, Nagapattinam and other places. So they used to visit regularly, and apart from trading network, there was this pilgrimage network. Apart from this, there was also at the same time there were diplomatic networks. So, for example, if in the Nalanda copper plate grant, if it speaks about that a land grant was recorded where the Balaputra Devas, the Srivijayan ruler, sent an envoy to record the land grant, which includes 5 villages for the running of a monastery at Nalanda. So there was along with trading networks, there were many different kind of networks. There were movement of text as well. There were movement of scholars and monks on these routes. So there were at the same time, apart from these kind of things, there were also many intangible things moving on these networks. The intangible things such as the rituals, in fact, the festivals that are spread, even in modern times as well. For example, if we see Thayakusam festival, which is a festival in the south of India, in Tamil Nadu, it is being celebrated. It is also widely celebrated in Singapore, in Malaysia, in many other places. So these networks which existed alongside the trading networks, there were several others which included pilgrimage networks, diplomatic networks, ritual or festivities networks, political networks, several others.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Nanda and Professor Attri. Would you like to answer some of the question,
yes,
please?
I think regarding networks, basically, what we see in modern times and what is needed. I just making a reference to Blue Economy because this is the concept. This is the new emerging development paradigm. So the most of the countries, that is, I am referring to emerging countries, developing countries, they lack the creation of innovative network. So the very idea of a Blue Economy centers around innovativeness, innovations. So what we need to focus, or what we need to sensitize when we talk about the ancient trade routes, so that is basically creating innovativeness, creating a ethos. I may call it, if I'm talking in terms of IORA ethos. So in that way, innovativeness is the key to success. And in that way, as already depicted in our past, there should be exchange between the peoples, and this exchange should be extended to education also, the education. So there are new ways, the modern ways of education, but we need to evolve innovative networks which speaks about the quality of our products, you see. So to begin with, as I mentioned earlier, we can think about creating a product standards within IORA. That idea was mooted in Durban core group meeting on tourism, and the scholars basically advocated that why can't we have the IORA product standardization, which basically was countered by some of the scholars that no, there are international standards and all that, but nothing prevent us in developing regional product standards, you see. Parallel to, say, we are talking about global value chain. Now the idea of creating a regional value chain or IORA value chain is also under discussion. So the answer lies in one word, the innovativeness. We need to create innovative minds so that we can solve the existing contemporary problems. And what I feel that the past knowledge which are there in our studies, in our history, that needs to be translated. And I am a firm believer that time has come that there should be a joint task force comprising of, you say, interdisciplinary people, inter-country people. And in that way, I think this foundation has done a splendid, very important work. So that needs to be continued. And we seem to move converging on all the issues. And you say, that is the idea. And that basically is also relevant when we talk about making globalization inclusive, making globalization work for the people. Let the globalization, the modern globalization in which we are living, work for the people. It is being opposed because it is not working for the people. It is not working for the poor people, you see. And that is again reflected in the SDG 1 and SDG 2. So that the past is guiding us for the accomplishment of the sustainable development goals, sustainable development, the furtherance of, or the, utilization or implementation of the blue economy, all these areas basically. And the key is people-to-people exchange, cultural exchanges, and that basically forms the whole idea. But my buzzword is innovativeness, innovations, and creation of innovative networks across all the sectors. So that is the key to success. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Attri. And I think that is your last statement, of course, for this session, because it's totally complete. What should we do? What should we prepare in the term of the spice road? I think that's it, right? Okay, maybe Dr. Nanda want to put some last statement, because we are still have another 5 minutes.
Thank you, Bob. As Professor Attri rightly pointed out, that the innovation should be in the heart of all kind of the networks that is operating, and new networks should be created. I think this is true, and people-to-people contact may be facilitated at a larger scale. So the educational one can be there can be an educational institution between whom there can be more cooperation between different institutions operating in different regions. Alongside that, there can be larger number of World Heritage sites that are existing all along this Indian Ocean littoral, for example, or whether it is Borobudur or it is Nalanda or other places. Most of these World Heritage sites are markers of the ancient spice trade routes that existed in the past. So all of these World Heritage sites may be connected alongside one common network of pilgrimage and common network of with the concept and with an idea that to celebrate the past and to celebrate the history of the spice route that existed in the past. It's very important to have this people-to-people contact to a level where there can be an innovative engagement. Along with that, an engagement at a social and cultural level along together with. So there has been new initiatives have been taken up by the Indian government with Project Mosam and Bay of Bengal Center initiatives coming up in India, and several similar kind of institutions coming up in other places will certainly pull up different kind of knowledge sectors and will bring out at a common platform. So with this, I think the people-to-people contact may again be more encouraged and can be taken up to a more social and cultural level.
Thank you, Dr. Nanda. It's very clear statement, but we still have another 3 minutes, or maybe Professor Attri want to add something, because still we have a left answer for the question from Mr. CD. He really want to know, maybe in some detailed case, how can we make a good quality product in terms of community from Asia to Europe, for example. If you have any experience in your IORA activity or something like that, please.
Okay. You see, in that context, basically, this is an issue which needs to be, he made a reference to spice councils and the problem they are facing, that they are not getting the market access to US and all that. So one idea can be that who are the leading companies, or who is the leading corporate sector in spices? You see, this is basically, as I maintain a view that one of the idea, one of the focus point in IORA is to boost tourism. But tourism market basically, essentially is a competitive market. But still, when we are aiming at forming the regional economic cooperation, so the very idea of regional economic cooperation is to share the market. and share the best practices. So what is lacking in IORA, that we need to have some specific studies, and those studies basically should be channelized, that they reach to the policymakers. That is in IORA, basically CSO, COM, and all that. And that basically, which I experienced as chair in innovation studies, there is no system that all these issues, whether it is related with spices, whether it is related with the current product, market access, that is the different issues, and which basically rightly mentioned by one of the question raiser in terms of SIPA and all that. But that is not a constraint, even if we don't move towards SIPA, but such type of collaborative, cooperative things can be done. And I strongly plead for that such experiences, such demand should come to the IORA, and then basically we can constitute some task forces looking into the analysis. There can be some specific studies, and try to find out some innovative ways, try to find out some workable solutions, and then those solutions should be discussed. And again, I think this spice route mechanism can be one mechanism. You see what he's suggesting, although the outcome of that study should again form one of the agenda of the spice route, because that it gives wide publicity. And then basically based on those discussions, we can again approach the diplomatic channels, through diplomatic channels to the governments in IORA to take some stand. And that basically connects. And that is one of the outcome which is there, creating a IORA pressure group, you see, IORA 22 in WTO, because WTO is the mechanism through which we settle all these things, agriculture products, non-agriculture products. So that comes into that system. But prior to that, there is always a liberty of creating some regional type of standard institutions which focus on standardization. There are some such institutions related to fisheries and aquaculture, and all those institutions are based in, you see, Europe. So no such institutions regarding fisheries and aquaculture is there in IORA countries or there in the third world countries. So what lesson we draw, that the third world countries, the emerging economies should come forward and should set up, as there is a past precedent in Nalanda. You see, the emperor of the past will attach 5 villages for one, you see, one department. So same type of thing. The lesson is there, can be done even in the modern diplomacy. And that is basically is the concept of what we call multilateralism through regional economic cooperation. So I plead for multilateralism need to be promoted through regional cooperation, and there can be different shades of multilateralism. You cannot have overall global multilateralism, because that is defined by these regional groupings. And as an economist, I know sometimes the gains achieved by these regional groupings can be higher than the gains achieved by, you see, multilateral trade liberalization. So those studies are there. There is no contradiction. The gains from multilateralism, the gains for regional cooperation, they converge. They are for the betterment of the society. Even WTO admits it, but we need to take initiative. And I would like to have more information about the spice councils and all that to amend or to suggest what can be the other innovative suggestions in this regard. So that is basically what I feel. And that is the detailed process. Basically, we need to evolve processes. Processes are missing, you see. And that is what is Schumpeter says, innovativeness. When you are making a product, you should try to find out innovative ways also. So innovative ways, there are 5 ways of which leads to the innovation. I won't go into the details of the Schumpeterian model, but innovation basically is the key word. Innovation is the success story of all the trading nations, and there is a big potential among all of us to be a trading nations and to lead to prosperity through trade and investments facilitation. So that's the final concept. And as agreed by the other speaker, people-to-people contact, more systematic studies into the past, and innovativeness. That is, I can say that creating innovative networks, which is a very comprehensive term. Creating innovative network based on our past best practices is certainly a way for bringing peace, stability, and prosperity into the Indian Ocean region, not only into the Indian Ocean region, into the Pacific rims also, as mentioned by Dr. Hassan, so that the best practices, that is constant dialogue from the Pacific rim and the Indian Ocean rim has to learn that lesson. So that is basically, we should have a common past history which will pave the way for bright, prosperous future for the human being, for the humankind.
Thank you very much, Professor Attri, for your closing statement. And we think it's cover all the question that we make in this session, how we connect each other and how we conclude people to people. But I think it's the important things too is people to people from the government perspective, the policymaker. So yes. People to people, not only about the grassroots or the researcher or the academic perspective, but the one who make the decision is one of the important thing that Pak Saidi asking the question. So now we are in our end of our session because the committee only gives me the time until 3 p.m. Jakarta time, and now it's 5 in Ternate time. It's almost Maghrib here.
Yes.
So thank you so much for all who joined in this afternoon session. It's very good and a great place for me as a moderator from Khairun University that we already have make a connection and
thank you for being such a nice moderator, you say. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you.
So maybe we can continue with our collaboration with the IORA and the Nalanda University, because we are here in the east part of Indonesia, Khairun University, one of the lead university in eastern Indonesia, who's surrounded by island, as you see in my background. These are the Spice Island. The sea become the connection. So the sea doesn't bother us, but the sea or the ocean is our connectivity who links us island by island. So it's a good point of that Professor Attri explained for us in the IORA perspective, and Dr. Nanda explained for us in the archaeological and historical perspective of India perspective. And it's very important for us, for Indonesia as a spice route leading. So this session also make us a strong connection and strong connectivity for people to people. So I think it will continue in the next session, because we still have another 2 days in International Forum on Spice Road. Now we are in the second day. We still have a third day and a fourth day. So maybe all of you in this room can join for tomorrow presentation and discussion like this. Is very nice. It's very good for us to open our mind and our perspective for a better future collaboration. Thank you so much for us who still staying in this room until this afternoon here. So I give the room back to the committee or the operator. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum from Ternate.
Thank you, Professor Adrian. Thank you, Professor Ibrahim.
We will proceed with the next program in International Forum on Spice Route 2020 with Revisiting Spice Route Through Space and Time Part 2, which will be presented by Dr. Annabel Teh-Gallop, Tom Hugo Force, Ph.D., and moderated by Dave Lumenta, Ph.D. Dr. Annabel Teh-Gallop from British Library has conducted many researches and exhibitions on formal aspects of ancient letters and documents in the Southeast Asia. Dr. Tom Hugerforst traced the interconnectivity of Southeast Asia with other parts of the world since the first century AD. And Dave Lumenta, Ph.D., has conducted research on borderlands as part of migration history at the Southeast Asia Studies in the Department of Anthropology, University of Indonesia. I would like to invite Dr. Lumenta for the session as the moderator. The time is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Rati. Welcome to all our participants. It has been a long day already. And we also like to welcome Dr. Annabel Tech-Gallup and Dr. Tom Hugerforst. This session is titled Revisiting Spice Route Through Space and Time. As we all know, academically, there has been an emerging field of studies focused on past and present maritime interconnections, particularly between Asia and Africa, focused on the Indian Ocean trade networks. And in this field, a vast body of knowledge points towards the rich and complex outcomes of the movement of people's material, culture, and ideas, which was facilitated by long-standing trade networks, colonialism, and it continues in being transformed by current global interconnections. I think that the CVs has already been read by Rati, but I will just elaborate further. Dr. Annabel Tech-Gallup is currently the lead curator at the British Library, and she specializes on maritime Southeast Asia, with works focused on Malay and Indonesian manuscripts, with a particular interest in letters, documents, and seals. And next is Dr. Tom Hugerforst. He is a researcher at the Royal Netherlands Institute of Southeast Asian and Caribbean Studies, KITLV, in Leiden. His research interests include historical linguistics, language contact, and youth language, with a focus on Indonesia and Malaysia. He is currently finishing a book on the language history of Indonesia's Chinese minority. He has also published on loanworks and their importance to understand cultural contact in the Indian Ocean world. Each presenter is allotted 30 minutes to share their knowledge, which will then be followed up by a discussion. And we hope that questions and responses, either directly or through the chat column, may be addressed in English and Indonesian for those who wish to ask in Indonesian, which of course we will translate for you. Without further ado, for our first guest presentation, I will surrender our screen time to you, Dr. Annabel Gallup.
I'd like to, can you hear me?
Yes, clearly.
Good, thank you. Well, first of all, good morning. And well, it's good morning from London because it's 9 o'clock in the morning here in London. I would first like to offer my great thanks to the Negeri Rempah Foundation for organizing this fascinating event and also for inviting me to contribute. I'm really delighted to be here. So what I'd like to do, I think I'm going to share my screen because I think it's always a nice idea to have some nice pictures to look at while I talk. So let me see if I can. Okay, so can you start slideshow? Let me. Can you see my PowerPoint in this mode? Is that all right, Mr.
Yes, all right.
Pat Dave? Yeah, Pat Dave.
Yes, we can see it clearly. Thank you.
Right. So I'm talking today on networks and exchanges, international influences on the earliest Islamic seals from maritime Southeast Asia. And I want to start with a map. So let me, sorry, just a moment. I'm very sorry. I think I'm going to, my apologies, Dave. I'm going to
please take your time.
Install my PowerPoint in a different way. Please My apologies. So I'm just going to go into speed drive. Yeah. Just I'm sorry. Sorry, please excuse me, dear. I thought I had it all fixed up on Dropbox, but it's not allowing me to open it from Dropbox. So I'm just going to go.
Please take your time.
Yeah. Please give me just 2 minutes and I will come back to you just in just a minute. So.
It shows that the internet is still not perfect.
Yeah, it shows that my technological skills are not perfect. It's much more that. So okay, but I hope that we should be better placed now. Just a minute. USBs. Negeri. Here we are, Negeri Rempah. Okay. Cancel. There, is that a bit better? Mohon maaf ya kepada sekalian para hadirin, and I hope we can now start without any more interruptions. And I apologize for my technological problems. Yes.
Sorry, can you restart your screen share? Because
okay.
we still have the old shared screen.
I see. Sorry. Okay, just one moment. New share. Is that better? Can you?
That's perfect.
All right then. Okay. Well, now I'd like to start. All right. So my very first slide I'd like to show you is I think it's a wonderful contrast with the backdrop to Maulana Ibrahim's Zoom backdrop that he was using, because this is a very unusual map of the Spice Islands of Maluku, which, as you all know, forms the very focus of all our discussions over these few days, because these are the Spice Islands of Maluku, a series of volcanic islands with the peaks of the volcanoes rearing up from the sea. So you could see that very clearly in Maulana's backdrop. He had a wonderful aerial photograph probably from the top of the mountain of Ternate. But in this map, this Portuguese map, you can see the heights of the volcanoes they are depicted in a sort of quasi three-dimensional form. It's really to emphasize the way that the volcanic islands of the Spice Island, the volcanic peaks of the islands, are the most important feature for mariners in those days, so that when you arrive by sea, you could recognize the islands of the Spice Islands of Maluku. So these islands sit at the heart of all our discussions, because Maluku was the magnet for international traders and the fulcrum of networks and exchanges that developed in order to ship the spices, nutmeg, cloves and pepper all over the world. Now we can study these global networks in many ways. For example, through economic data of the types of spices that were imported and exported, through archival sources or historical chronicles, and through linguistic traces, which is what my colleague Tom works on, also through literary epics and folk tales, which preserve stories of foreigners coming to trade, but also through material cultural traces, such as, for example, you can track traces of shipments of Chinese porcelain or of Indian textiles. For my small contribution to this discussion, I propose to examine these networks of exchanges through the evidence of Malay seals, on which I've been working for the past 20 years or so. So what is a Malay seal? A Malay seal is a seal which I've defined from Southeast Asia with an inscription in Arabic script. So this was the subject of my PhD. As I mentioned, I've been working on Malay seals for the past 20 years. And finally, just last year, managed to publish a catalogue of the over 2,000 seals that I have documented and collected. So my catalogue was published in Singapore with NUS Press in 2019, and also in Jakarta with the Yayasan Lontar, the Lontar Foundation. The same book with two different covers. On the left, the Singapore cover, and on the right, the Indonesian cover from the Jakarta publisher, Yayasan Lontar. So where do these seals come from? I've called them Malay seals after the Malay world of Southeast Asia, which covers the present-day territories of Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, Brunei, and also the southern parts of Thailand, Cambodia, and the Philippines, because this was the area, the part of Southeast Asia, which was unified by the use of the Malay language for trade, diplomacy, and for spreading the faith of Islam. So I often use this map in my presentations. It comes from the earliest Malay dictionary, which was published in London in 1701 by a merchant from the East India Company called Thomas Bowry, who spent 20 years in the Malay world. And as you can see, the title of this map is the map of the countries wherein the Malayu language is spoken. So this is a perfect depiction of what we call the Malay world, which links the whole of maritime Southeast Asia. So the area of the Jalur Rempah that we are talking about. So the material I'm working on, Malay seals, the Indonesian word is stempel, but that is a Dutch word. The traditional Malay word for these seals is cap, and that is the word I prefer to use in my discussions, because in the seals themselves, in the Malay letters, the manuscripts, they refer to these as cap. Stempel is a very new word, only adapted into Bahasa Indonesia from Dutch in the 20th century. So these are Malay cap, Malay seals. The actual physical object which is used to stamp on letters and documents is usually made of metal. It could be silver or brass or even gold, but not many of the Malay seal matrices survive. So most of the seals I have collected are documented from impressions stamped on manuscript documents and letters and treaties. So this gives you an example of how I found the data for my study, held in libraries and archives and museums all over the world. One of the probably the biggest collection in the world is in Jakarta in the Arsip Nasional, and I'm very grateful to all the staff of the Arsip Nasional for their help during my doctoral study when I collected all this material. Also Leiden University Library, SOAS University Library, and the British Library, and many other collections all over the world. So as you can see, the seals are stamped on the letters in different mediums. Usually the most common was lamp black, asap pelita. So the seal was held over a candle or an oil lamp until the soot had collected on the metal seal matrix, and it was then stamped on the document. But you could also use ink in different colors, red or black, or even wax, particularly in Java, which is due to European influence. What can we learn from Malay seals? Well, I usually like to say that Malay seals were the name cards of their day. So just like a name card, a seal presented the image of a person that they wished to project to the world, but sometimes they unconsciously or subconsciously reflected much more than was written. So from seals, we can find not just the name of the person, their title, where they came from, and the date usually that the seal was made, but in the design and the shape, it will also reflect trends, what is perhaps sort of gangsy at the time, what was thought of as being very beautiful, or maybe even very fashionable. And even through the use of the type of religious expression that was included, we can find out something about their religious beliefs. So here's one example of very typical Malay seal. This is from Riau, from the Yang di-Pertuan Muda, the Viceroy of Riau, Muhammad Yusuf. So on this seal, we find his personal name, which is Yusuf. We find his father's name, so Ibn Raja Ali, so who had passed away, Almarhum. We find his full title, Yang di-Pertuan Muda, and then Raja, because he was of royal descent. We find a religious expression, Al-Wathik bi Rabb al-Ra'uf, so which is written in Arabic, so he who trusts in God, so the most indulgent Lord. And there is a date, a very precise date, 1275 in the Hijra era, which is equivalent to 1858. And also because of the increasing Dutch influence in Indonesia at the time, a description of his title in Dutch also. So this shows you how much information is found in a Malay seal, that they are really valuable primary sources of hard historical information with facts like names, titles, and dates. And that is why they're so important for historical research. But I also mentioned their shape and design. So in the 18th and 19th century, when the majority of the seals I have collected come from the 18th and 19th century, the most popular shapes for seals were circles or petaled circles, like inspired by the lotus blossom. And if a seal was in the shape of a petaled circle, it always had 4 or 12 or 16 petals. And another very popular shape was an octagon with 8 sides. So in Southeast Asia, we find that this emphasis on multiples of 4, 8, 12, 16, probably derives from very ancient beliefs, so pre-Islamic Hindu Buddhist beliefs, where the 4 directions of the compass and the 4 midpoints play a very important part in cosmology, and that also sank deep into the Indonesian psyche. So these are very typical seals that I'm showing you from the 18th and 19th century, but the focus of my talk today is not on these typical Malay seals, but on the very earliest seals from the 16th and 17th century, which is really the heyday of the Jalur Rempah, the spice route. So when merchants, traders from all over the world flocked to Southeast Asia in search of spices, and they brought with them many different types of influences, artistic, religious, and linguistic as well. So I want to show you this on this slide. This is the oldest Malay seal known in the world. And of course, it's not surprising to find out it is from Ternate, the center of the spice trade. This is the seal of Sultan Khairul Jamal of Ternate. It is stamped on a letter which he wrote in Portuguese to the King of Portugal in 1560. And this manuscript is now held in the archives in Lisbon. So the letter is written in Portuguese, but it is sealed with two seals of the Sultan and also of his son, Babullah, who later became Sultan of Ternate also. And you can see their signatures are written in Arabic script, in Malay and Arabic script. Now, if you study the seals very carefully, unfortunately, it's not easy to read the seals because they're in poor condition. On the left-hand side is the seal of the Sultan of Ternate. But by studying the seal, and especially the calligraphy, we can probably tell that this seal was not made in Ternate. It is not a local seal from Southeast Asia. In fact, the calligraphy is very similar to seals from Central Asia and Iran in the 15th century. And on the right-hand side, I've put a picture of a Timurid seal of about 1500. You can see that the tall straight lines of the Arabic inscription are very similar to the Ternate seal, and it probably also begins Al-Wathiq. So you can see if you read Arabic, you can see the alif, the lam, and the waw. So the earliest seals in the Malay world were probably not local productions. They were deluxe imports. And this accords with what we know of the spice trade, that traders came to Maluku, to Southeast Asia, to buy spices, but they brought with them valuable trade goods like silks, cottons from India, cloth from India, porcelain from China, and also luxury goods from other parts of the world, and especially the Islamic world, such as probably this seal, which was used in 1560. So this is the earliest Islamic seal with an inscription in Arabic script found in Southeast Asia, stamped on a manuscript document. The next earliest Malay seal comes from Aceh, another very important trading point, as the westernmost tip of the Indonesian archipelago. It was the first point of contact for traders crossing the Indian Ocean. And this is the seal of Sultan Alauddin Riayat Shah of Aceh, and it's found on a trading permit issued in 1602 for two English traders to buy pepper. Now, the seal of Sultan Alauddin Riayat Shah of Aceh also shows foreign influences, not so much in its calligraphy, but in the technique of carving. If you look closely at this seal, you can see that the writing in the middle is black writing on a white background, but in the border, it's white writing on a black background. So that means that two styles of carving were used to make the seal matrix. The center inscription was carved in relief. So that's, you could say, ukiran timbul. So the writing stands out in relief, but the inscription in the border was incised into the matrix. We call it engraved in intaglio, or you could call it in Malay ukiran tembus. So two different styles of carving, and that gives you a very beautiful contrasting style of inscription with black writing on white, but also white writing on black. Now, this style of two types of carving was very popular in the Ottoman Empire, just in the 16th century. And on the right-hand side, you can see I've put a small Ottoman seal, which also has black writing in the center and white writing in the border. Now, it's well known that there were direct links between Aceh and the Ottoman Empire from the 16th century onwards, and there was a lot of exchanges of craftsmen, of envoys between Aceh and Istanbul. So it's not a surprise to find the influence of Ottoman techniques of seal carving in Aceh. Maybe it was even carved in Aceh by somebody, either an Ottoman engraver or somebody trained by an Ottoman engraver. So this is an example of how we find many international influences in the earliest Malay seals. Moving on to another seal from Johor Riau now, but much earlier than the Yang di Pertuan Muda's seal that we saw earlier. This is the seal of the Laksamana of Johor, the Datuk Paduka Raja, in very famous Tun Ahmad Jamal of 1680. In this case, we can see a distinct foreign influence in the petaled cartouche shape in the middle of this octagonal seal. So normally if you have an octagonal seal, Malay seal in the 19th century, you would find a cartouche or a little box in the middle, but with exactly the same shape, another octagon. To have a petaled shape in the middle like this is very unusual. This is the only Malay seal known with this shape. But if you compare it with coins of the 14th century from the Mongol Empire, the Ilkhanid rulers of Central Asia and Iran, and Bengal coins, you find the same shape of a petaled cartouche inside a regular round outline. So here too we can see influences, design and artistic influences from the broader Islamic world. So we've looked at influences in calligraphy, in carving techniques and design, but in one of the seals of the Sultan of Banten, Sultan Abdul Fattah of Banten, in about 1650, we also find influences from somewhere different, but more in the content of the inscription. So in the seal of the Sultan of Banten, there's a lot of writing on the left-hand side. You can see there's a lot of writing crammed into a small space. It gives his pedigree, his ancestors, to 5 generations. So it gives his name, his father's name, his grandfather's name, and then 2 generations after that. On the right-hand side, we have the seal of a 15th century Sultan of Gujarat, and it's very similar in calligraphic style and shape, and it gives his pedigree to 4 generations. So I think that there is a suggestion that the Banten seal was influenced by Gujarati models. So we are seeing these influences coming into Southeast Asia along the spice route from all over the Islamic world. Probably the clearest example of influence across the Indian Ocean occurs in Aceh, back to Aceh, from Mughal India and in the Great Seal of the Mughal Emperors of India. The distinctive shape of the seal of the Mughal emperors was very, very famous. It was created during the reign of the Emperor Akbar at the end of the 16th century. And it consisted of a circle in the middle with the name of the ruling emperor and many small circles in the border with the names of his ancestors. But as each successive Mughal emperor came to the throne, he added one more name to the names of his ancestors. So the number of small circles grew with each reign. So Akbar's seal had 7 small circles. His son Jahangir's had 8 small circles. Shah Jahan had 9, and his son Aurangzeb had 10 small circles. And above you can see the seal of Muhammad Shah, which had 12 small circles. Now this design principle was borrowed in Aceh in the 17th century by Queen Tajul Alam Safiatuddin Shah. But in Aceh, the design principle was fixed. I mentioned how important multiples of 4 and 8 are in the Malay world. So the sultans of Aceh, they borrowed the design of the Mughal seal, but they always had 8 small circles in the border, and the choice of names in those small circles varied from emperor to emperor. It was from sultan to sultan in Aceh. And this design lasted in Aceh for 250 years. So all the examples of seals I've shown you so far come from the 17th century. And this was a time of great, of 16th and 17th century, great global influences along the Jalur Rempah, along the spice route. But in the course of the 17th century, the Dutch VOC, the East India Company, attempted with great success to impose a monopolistic trading system on the places that they conquered. And that meant a gradual cutting off of links with other parts of the world, of mercantile links with other parts of the world. So from that time on, we mostly see European influences in seals. It starts off very early in the 17th century. And so in Sulawesi, we find that the seal of Sultan Alauddin of Goa in Sulawesi was modeled on the concept of heraldic arms in Portugal. So his seal takes the shape of the Portuguese coat of arms, but at the Portuguese coat of arms has the coronet of the King of Portugal at the top. The seal of the Sultan of Goa instead puts the image of the crown of Goa at the top, on top of the shield with his name. So you can see how the design principles are borrowed from European heraldry. But by the 18th and 19th century, the world of Malay seals has become more parochial because of the cutting off of these external influences, except for European and particularly Dutch influence. So we see how even the seal of the Dutch Governor General in Batavia, which features a three-masted sailing ship, we can find that appearing on some Indonesian seals. On the right, you have the seal of Raja Haji, the famous Bugis warrior, and he adopted and appropriated, you could say, and adapted the image of the sailing ship found on the Dutch Governor General seal for his own seal. On the left is the seal of a nobleman from Siak, Tengku Pengiran of Siak, early 19th century, also has a depiction of a sailing ship. So we find at the 17th century, the 16th and 17th centuries were a period of astonishing innovation for Malay seals, drawing on myriad influences from other Islamic lands to the west, which had come through the Jalur Rempah, through the spice route. But with the coming of the Europeans, and particularly the Dutch, the efforts to enforce the monopoly succeeded, and they resulted in a gradual cutting off of ties between the ports of the Malay world and the broader Islamic world. And with that, the whole range of international influences, whether in calligraphy, in inscription, in design, or in content. And so that's why there is a considerable difference between the earliest Malay seals of the 16th and 17th century and those which form the bulk of the collection known today from the 18th and 19th century. So I hope this has been a small contribution to our discussion of the Jalur Rempah. Thank you very much. Back to you, Dave.
Thank you, Annabelle. I think we learned a lot about from your presentation, and I think that many of us are not too familiar with actually how material culture can actually reveal larger stories. And I find particularly interesting how actually only by studying seal designs that we can actually reveal traces of different stories or episodes of interconnectedness in the world, not only in the Malay archipelago, but I think these links between Maluku, or let's say the influences of Persian designs, Ottoman designs, and how these designs actually coalesced with previous old Hindu designs also shows a lot about how actually globalization, in brackets, actually worked in the past. And I think we will start now with a discussion or a question and answer Q&A session. So let's see if there are participants who already have raised their hands, or if maybe Rati can also assist me in looking at questions.
Yes, we have Pak Albertus Pramono raising his hand.
Ya, Albertus Pramono. Silakan, Pak. Di-unmute dulu ya. Silakan.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Dev. Thank you to Annabelle for your fascinating presentations. I found it's very, interesting, and like Pak Dev mentioned about that, that the material culture can show a lot of history there. So and I know it happened that I'm now at the moment writing about Serampas actually. So I read about your Piagam Serampas also. So both the seals and also the manuscripts are really interesting here. So, but unfortunately, that many Indonesians don't understand that, and even probably you know yourself that in Serampas people treat manuscripts as not as something that you can learn, but it's more a secret text that kept into and to open it you have to have a very special ceremony and so on. So it's good that they preserve that in one way, but the issue is that nobody really knows about what is written there, and also the story about the seals. So I'm wondering, we need to have some kind of education here to let people know more about this kind of stuff. And also myself, I'm also very interested in history of cartography. You started with maps of the Ternate, so I'm like to know more how these maps also affect the creation of Indonesia, and also how it shapes our culture, and also it leads, especially in terms of the concept of boundaries. So what I'm like to more, how can we promote this these very valuable materials to be that people know more, because epigraphy and so on, people this kind of studies basically is collapsing, while there's the history, the stories are still a lot to tell. So I'm kind of wondering, how can we do this especially in Indonesia, to really promote the studies on this, the research on this, so to get more people, to get more students. This is very challenging, I know, but we need to do this, because if not, it's like the people in Serampas or in other places, they keep it as a sacred text or sacred materials, but not really trying to understand it, the context and what it really means. Thank you, Annabelle.
So Pat Dave, shall I answer straight away?
Yes.
Thank you. So thank you very much indeed, Pat Albertus. This is actually so many interesting questions that you have raised, and as you know, Serampas is a very, very interesting region, and somewhere that I have worked on also. So Serampas is in the area of Kerinci and in Sumatra, and Kerinci in the olden days came under the Sultanate of Jambi. So Serampas and other parts of Kerinci have a very special tradition linked to manuscripts. So they, the local kepala kampung, the chiefs, the local chieftains in Kerinci would receive a letter, a manuscript letter, a surat, from the Sultan of Jambi, granting them their title, so installing them as the chief of that region, on condition that they fulfill certain rules, for example, to uphold the observance of Islam, to make sure that people perform their prayers, but also to send the appropriate tribute to the Sultan. So, for example, the Sultan was the only one who could receive gading. So if there was any ivory, this had to be sent to the Sultan. These are very, very interesting documents. So these were the letters of installation, the royal letters of installation from the Sultan of Jambi. And as Pa Albertus was discussing, these documents were treasured. They were regarded as pusaka in the villages, and they were usually kept in the house of the Kapala, of the local chieftain, and they were wrapped up with cloth and put in a special box, and usually placed in the loteng above the dapur, above the kitchen in the house of the chief. And it was a very good place to be stored because the smoke from the kitchen acted like a natural fumigator against insects and pests. But as Pa Albertus mentioned also, they were guarded very, very secretively. And usually if you wanted to see one of these manuscripts, you couldn't see it because it was only taken out maybe once a year for a special kanduri, a special feast day in the village called Kanduri Sko. And then you have to find quite a lot of funding in order to have a big kanduri to sacrifice some animals to provide the feast. And then all the pusaka, the documents, were opened up and carried around the village. Now, interestingly enough, on the one hand, as Pa Albertus said, we can regard this as quite a restrictive process because nobody can go and look at the manuscripts. You can only see them once a year, or if you can pay for the kanduri to be held so that the box can be opened. But in fact, it seems to have been a very effective form of preservation, of a very naturally, environmentally friendly, using local wisdom, a form of preservation, so that these manuscripts were stored. They were not. They were stored away carefully. They were wrapped up and put away in a box, but they were brought out once a year and they were aired and cleaned. And that means that very unusually in Jambi, in Ulu Jambi, so in Kerinci, in Serampas, you find that manuscript documents and manuscripts can survive for hundreds of years compared to other parts of Indonesia. So in Jambi, even today, you can find letters of the Sultan of Jambi that are 300 years old with original seals and original writing because they have been stored so carefully and treated like pusaka. So it goes, so there are two sides of looking at it. On the one hand, as Pa Albertus says, because they are treated so secretly, it's difficult to get access. But on the other hand, you can argue that this very traditional method of storage and secrecy is what has preserved these valuable manuscripts centuries. And so Pa Albertus asked, what can you do about it? And I think probably as scholars and as researchers, it is important for us to show our respect for these materials, to say how important they are. And then we can, through our publications, we can write about them and we can share the knowledge about how important they are. And in this way, the local people can also feel very proud of what they hold. And for the younger generation, hopefully, they will come to value them more. The other way we can marry up modern technology with traditional beliefs is through digitization. Digitization, which is basically photographing through digital photography valuable manuscripts, is a very valuable means of preservation because you can capture the manuscript and the historical content, but the original item, the original manuscript itself, will not be taken away. It will still be held by the owners. It can still be locked up, put away and stored carefully and brought out once a year in the kanduri. So this is a way of, if one can show a respect and gain the trust of the custodians, the owners of these manuscripts, as long as they appreciate that full respect is given, if they can give permission for digitization, it is a way of opening up the contents, but still allowing the original custodians to preserve the valuable item and to reassure them that it will not be taken away. So I think that's the kind of way forward. But one more point that you raised, Per Albertus, if I might respond to, you mentioned about maps. And of course, that's a very nice map I showed of Maluku just now. But in relation to Serempas and Kerinci, I think there's a very interesting thought about local cartography in the spice, along the spice route and in the Malay world. Because people are always asking me, are there any Malay maps? And the answer is that there does not seem to have been a tradition of creating pictorial maps in the Malay world. Of course, there is one very famous map from Aceh, which now everybody knows, but that was only created in 1850 to send to the Ottoman Emperor to ask for Ottoman support for Aceh. There are a few very well-known Bugis maps, which are quite early, they're 18th century, but they are modeled on European maritime maps, and but with the place names written in Bugis script. But through my work on Serempas, I've realized that although there is not a tradition of pictorial cartography, meaning drawing islands and drawing terrains, topographic, terrains in Malay manuscript culture, in these royal letters from the Sultan of Jambi, there are what I would call word maps. So the Sultan of Jambi installs a particular chieftain and says, your territory is from this point to that point, to that point, to that point. And he uses terrain sensitive verbs. So it's like menaiki hingga ke, so climbing up to that, turun ke, descending to that. And then these word maps will draw out a particular terrain allocated to one particular chief. And even without pictures, you can form a very clear idea of the area which has been mapped in words in these documents. So I think this is quite an interesting concept of how we can think about maps in a broader sense. It doesn't just have to be a picture on paper, but sometimes the same information can be conveyed in words. So thank you, Pak Albertus, for your interesting question.
Yeah, thank you, Annabelle. Thank you, Pak Albertus. Is there still a question specifically regarding regarding Annabelle's presentation? I think there's Abi Yahya. Abi, silakan. Abi Yahya, silakan bertanya. Oke, halo, Abi Yahya.
Nampaknya nggak ada, Pak.
Oh, okay. There's no response. I saw this hand raised. Are there still any other questions to Annabelle's presentation? Yeah, Sidi Manggala, silakan.
Hi, good morning, Annabelle. I'm Sidi. I'm from Ghent University in Belgium. I'm really interested in your presentation and, in fact, about the way you explain on Kerinci and Jambi. It's really interesting because my research is actually in Kerinci for cinnamon. And I'm quite difficult to find the tracks of the whole cinnamon history trading from that area. So, but I found some documents and manuscripts, as you can call it. I just got it from Leiden also, that is recorded in 1903 when the Dutch colonial time making road access from Padang to Jambi. And there's where they found out that it's possible to plant cinnamon trees in the area. But it's only that I could find. But it's quite interesting. You're super. And may I ask, where can I find more of these documents in Europe, or maybe in, I don't know where? I'm really interested to get in contact with you. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Pak Sudi. Yeah, no, Jambi and Kerinci, it really is interesting. When I first started working on Malay documents, I thought maybe we know that there are a lot of old documents, old royal letters and edicts preserved in Kerinci, mainly because of the work of Dr. Petrus Voorhoeven, who collected a lot of this material in the 1940s, and he published. Again, he did not take the originals away from the owners, but he went to Kerinci with a team of assistants, Malay readers. His wife also helped him, and they copied the manuscripts out. So he produced a volume called Tambo Kerinci, and that volume, which it's not published, it's just typescript, but it has been put online by Pak Uli Kozok. So if you just Google Tambo Kerinci, you will find that whole Tambo Kerinci. So it means the histories, you know, these are historical documents from Kerinci. And these are all the royal historical edicts from Kerinci, which you can get the texts available. The other important thing is that there are a lot of, I mentioned digitization, there are a lot of digitization projects available now, which really open up access to us wherever you are in the world. Collections of manuscripts which are still held dalam tangan masyarakat, so which are still held within communities, but which have been photographed. So there is a project through the British Library's Endangered Archives program, and you can Google that, of manuscripts from Kerinci. So this is a project which was led by Professor Uli Kozok from Hawaii, but all the manuscripts from Kerinci which he photographed are the originals are still with their owners in Kerinci, but the digitized copies are freely available online. So you can just Google Endangered Archives Program, British Library, Kerinci, and you will find this project. And if you look on various endangered archives programs, you can find various digitization programs. You will find other projects also which are offering manuscripts for consultation. So good luck.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I'm really close with the head of Regency of Kerinci, so if we can do something, I can help you also if you need it.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, there's one, I think one more question for your session, but of course people can still ask about your presentation after Tom's session. So I will give the last question for this half part of the session to Abi Yahya. Please, Abi. Where is?
Still no answer.
No answer.
Hello?
Okay.
Can you?
Okay. Yeah.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah.
Hello. Yes. Hello. Hello.
Halo. Terdengar kok. Terdengar.
Can you hear me, sir? Hello. Oh, I would ask to Miss Annabelle. Several.
Hello. It seems Abi is cut off.
Seem to have.
Okay, I think he's disconnected. So I think we can move on to Tom Hogervorst's session. But of course, people or participants, you can still ask or comment on Annabelle's presentation later on, because I think we still have plenty of time after Tom's presentation. Welcome, Tom Hogervorst.
Thank you.
Okay, Annabelle, I hope you're on standby. Okay, welcome, Tom.
Thanks, Friday.
Yeah, it's nice to see you. Ironically, we met actually in Tanzania, not in Jakarta.
I was going to bring that up.
Yeah, it's good to have you here. Okay, Tom, please have the screen. Yeah.
Okay, thanks for all the organizers for inviting me, and this is really an honor to be here. And it's also quite difficult, I have to say anything interesting at all after the great presentations and discussions we had previously. A lot of the things I wanted to bring up have been verbalized much better than I could. One of the things I wanted to say is the importance of academic collaboration and innovation. But those points have also been brought forward by all the other speakers, so I won't say much about that. Except that I fully agree with that. Another thing that came up is the importance of cultural exchanges. And I fully underline that that is important, because if we organize things, events, seminars, conferences that have to do with the spice route or the Indian Ocean or the Maritime Silk Route, there is a tendency for people to co-opt it who are interested in, say, military strategy. We see that a lot, that they co-opt academic events on this particular history and part of the world, or people who only care about the financial sort of economic history and things like that. So if we can give a bit of counterweight looking at the cultural exchanges, it will be very useful, because there seems to be a tendency to say, well, this is something very arcane and ivory tower-ish, whereas one could make an argument that appreciating each other is the way ahead and is the way towards a more sort of honest, integrated future. Now, I'm interested in the spice routes, also because of the spices and the sort of food history and the cuisines influencing each other, and people learning to appreciate each other's food. So the spices in the spice trade. And if you look at the taste of this part of the world that was interconnected and has been for a couple of millennia, then you see that tastes have converged not only in the cuisine, the kitchen, but also when it comes to music, when it comes to dances, when it comes to the arts, architecture, all of the things that people did not have to take over if it was purely an economic integration, but people wanted to take over because they influenced each other when it comes to the culture, when it comes to what people like, preferences, all of these things. So that's very important to keep in mind. Another point that was mentioned is tourism. If it sounds almost perverse to talk about traveling now in this pandemic, but still, I remember that when people from Southeast Asia or South Asia take a tour to Europe, they typically start somewhere in Italy, they drive to France, to Paris, to Germany, and they end up in Amsterdam. Imagine if something similar could be done with the spice routes. You start in Ternate, for example, then you go to Ambon, to Banda, you end up in Jakarta or Banten, or even include Sri Lanka or a place like that. I think that would be very nice to think about, also in the way that we are more interconnected than we think occasionally. And one of the things that has been mentioned as well is the stable cooperation of the Indian Ocean. The reason that that is important and more important than we think is because it is so important globally. The Indian Ocean, what's going on in the Indian Ocean doesn't just affect the countries around it, it affects the entire world. So the moment the Indian Ocean is stable, the world is stable, and the other way around. So that is another important point. I think by this time I should also tell you a bit more about my background. So I am a historical linguist. So I look at the past through language and through loan words and through what people borrowed from each other and how they've influenced each other. And I'm also interested, as I said, in food and how that does something quite similar to language. It connects people. I mean, of course, there's always going to be hierarchies, but it tells a story of what we do, essentially, and what we, how we position ourselves in the world, what our cultural affinities are, and these things. So, as Dave said, I'm part of the Royal Netherlands Institute of Southeast Asian and Caribbean Studies, the KITLB. I have also, together with my colleague Mahmoud Kuria, established the so-called Leiden Center of Indian Ocean Studies, which historically tried to connect people who are from Leiden, who are passing by Leiden, to present their Indian Ocean related research. And of course, that's no longer possible, but we are trying to bring the forum online as well as we can. But we work together a lot with scholars from India, from Sri Lanka, from Southeast Asia, and also from East Africa, which is very important because they were part of the spice trade as well. They were part of the networks that we have been talking about for the past 2 days. And they have a lot of things a lot of issues that Southeast Asia faces as well, in terms of climate change, in terms of the legacy of colonialism, but also, as I said, in terms of even what the food tastes like. There are a lot of connections that we sometimes don't really see anymore, but they are there. And as Dave said, we first met each other in Dar es Salaam at a conference or a roundtable rather, that discussed essentially this question: what can East Africa and Southeast Asia learn from each other? And we talked about it with about 50 scholars from the region. And 2 things came out of that. The first thing was, how can we collectively address region-specific problems, learning from each other without having to look at the global north too much. So without having to look at Western countries to tell people in the South how these problems should be solved. So ecology came up, but also issues of safety, security, piracy, these things that both regions are facing. And the other thing that came up was basically the legacy of colonialism. How do we educate our younger generation in a way that doesn't take too much from the systems that were imposed on us, and how do we create a new type of education, also with their own cultures, with their own languages, scripts, histories, and that was another thing in which people said we can really learn from each other. Again, in this whole sort of interconnected region that we call the spice route. Now, I have 2 more points that I would like to make today. And the first is the importance of spices in the spice trade and the spice route. And I remember when I first met Dr. Gallup, that was in the British Library, of course, I was interested in a specific book from what was then called British Malaya, so now Malaysia, which was a cookbook from the colonial period, written in Malay in the Arabic-derived Jawi script, and it contains all sorts of recipes and information about the food. Now, the reason I found that book fascinating is because it showed how interconnected that part of Southeast Asia was in that particular time. So a lot of the recipes, they would say this comes from Java, or this comes from India, or this comes from Egypt, or this comes from Afghanistan. So by that time, they had all of these fascinating things coming from all over these interconnected Indian Ocean worlds. And I think that is academically interesting as well, because if you look at, say, Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore at the moment, sometimes they will go at war, almost, with each other over food, over the question, where does laksa come from, for example, and then, you know, everybody gets riled up on the internet and very aggressive. To me, as somebody who's interested in this sort of connected space, such a question would not be interesting. The question would be, how did laksa basically brought people together? How did it travel, and how did it conquer the world? Because if you trace these things, like I do for my research, you'll find that this particular product, we're talking about a sort of noodle dish, right? A kind of a soup, first appears in the Persian medieval cookbooks, but it is no longer known in the Middle East. It traveled to Southeast Asia, to other parts of the world. You find it in Japanese inscriptions. You find the word manglaksa, pre-colonial, as the people making noodles. You find it in the early colonial period in places like Macau, which is now part of China. And you find the dish even in old cookbooks in South Africa, where, of course, there was a community of people from the Indo-Malaysian world. So that, to me, is the really interesting thing in looking at food as just another prism of understanding how interconnected people were in this particular part of history.
Tom, sorry to interrupt. Are you sharing a presentation? Are you sharing
slides? No, I'm not sharing slides. Yeah.
Because
so thanks for
people were
asking.
wondering. Thank you.
Yeah. So no, I'm just doing this basically from memory. But one of the things I wanted to add to that is, why is it important to add food to the spice route in the discussions that we're having about it? Is because it is, as people in Indonesia would say, merakyat. So it is actually connecting with the people and also listening to the people. And that is very important because we are in the sort of academic world not always accessible to the people that we do research on, to say it that way. And Dr. Gallup just mentioned the words local wisdom and local pride. And I think this is a very good sort of opportunity to really connect with the communities who live in a specific region. And also, we can't really do it wrong, or we can't really make mistakes as academics, or we shouldn't make mistakes, I should say, because it's going to be a backlash. If we as academics say rendang should be crispy, then people are not going to accept it, people are not going to take it. So it is a very interesting way of, I think, learning from each other on a more sensorial level. And I think the organizers of this conference also seem to agree with that, because if I look at the imagery of Jalur Rempah, it basically has these fascinating sort of spices and dishes. So this is something we can do something with. I think that is academically innovative. So that was my first point. My second and I think last point has to do with the role of Indonesia, because of course the initiative for this conference came from Indonesia, which is only logical because a lot of the major spices, of course, originate from Indonesia as well, the so-called Spice Islands. And the point that I would like to make is how to give an edge to Indonesia, as well as, essentially the people who take the initiative in setting this up. And that has to do with the observation that was pointed out by several people today, that Indonesia is an example of various cultures in the world, various large religions, various communities, various languages mixing. And in a way, this is essentially what is happening to the world at large now, and Indonesia has a lot of experience with that. So that would be one thing, the sort of connections with the broader world, the looking beyond your own island, so to speak, and being open-minded and interested in what is going on outside, so to speak. So that would be a thing to keep in mind as well. And the other thing is to really look at the neglected regions within Indonesia. So it is absolutely great that the Khairul University is playing such an important role in this, as a place that is situated in Ternate, so in the middle of the historical action, so to speak. Because what I feel is that the moment you go outside Indonesia, I'm based in Europe, but it's in other parts of the Indian Ocean world as well. These particular regions, Maluku and Nusa Tenggara, are not well known, are not well understood. People have no idea. So I would see in certain publications that scholars are under the impression that Maluku is one island, right? So the sort of realization that we're talking about an extremely diverse archipelago with hundreds of islands and different interconnected cultures is missing. The same with Nusa Tenggara, where, as we have heard, the sandalwood is coming from, which interconnected the entire Indian Ocean for religious reasons. You burn it in your rituals, right? Something coming from a place, a part of the world that isn't well understood. I think people in general have no idea who the people are who come from that region, who cultivated the nutmeg, the cloves, the sandalwoods that have become so important and that have become so influential in our lives. So that is something I think we collectively have the opportunity to change and improve by making it, again, marakyat, and about the people as well who have given the world these things, right? So that would be another thing, an intervention that I think we are very well situated to basically start doing. And also maybe get rid of some of the stereotypes that colonialism basically has created about the people from Eastern Indonesia. This sort of whole notion of high civilization, low civilization is still very much ingrained in our thinking. And it would be time, I think, to really get rid of those sort of ideas and get to know and get to learn the specific local circumstances that I would say is the production end of the spice trade. How, in what sort of history could these products be created? Who were the actual people responsible for it? And how did they travel across the world? I think there is a fascinating story which could be about connection, which could be about learning from each other, which could be about shared tastes. And if it is framed in such a way, I think it deserves the attention of the world and of scholarship across the world. So those are the points that I wanted to make. And I'm very interested to maybe all collectively talk about that in the time that we still have.
Thank you, Tom. I think I want to touch on actually, I think, two important issues from your presentation. I think of importance was first actually your counterweight, actually your critical stance actually on this definition of the spice route or route And I think that as academics, we are facing actually a problem of discourse. But you have also political interests that are very dominant in shaping actually these whole spice route or silk route discourses in the context of current global context. So we have certain parties talking about actually the revitalization of economics, tourism, commodities, but very often it obstructs the fact that the world was and continues to be interconnected at different levels. We talk about ordinary peoples. We may even talk about, for example, what we never talk about, Indonesian workers in Africa or Africans in Asia. So I think that this is one critical warning, that we should actually keep our minds also actually on what it actually means for ordinary people and what kind of future world we want to create in terms of interconnectedness. And on the second point, I think it was clearly very much linked to Annabelle's presentation on material culture. But I think what is very interesting is actually your proposal to actually to connect or reconnect actually these parts of the world at the sensorial level. So looking at how food is prepared, food traditions, spices, and I think this is actually a field that can be revitalized. I think, given our current craze with culinary culture, etc. But I think it's also very important when you said that how can we actually move forward by actually creating links between scholars or ordinary civil society, between Africa and Asia, and learning from each other regarding current pressing issues, such as the ecology, security, piracy, but I think also how to educate the legacy of colonialism. I think this is a large area in which actually academics can work together. And when you talked about South Africa, I think not many Indonesians know actually about the history of slavery, for example, or slaves that were brought from Indonesia, from Maluku, from Sulawesi, from Java to South Africa, and actually how these slaves also created their own society, mingling with other slaves, the Khoi from Madagascar and from Malabar and India. So we talk about very different multiscalar actually levels of interconnectedness in the past. And I think on the last point you touched actually upon actually for us to focus on maybe what Willem van Sandel once called the areas of no concern. What can we learn actually from these neglected parts of the world? For example, Eastern Indonesia. What kind of cosmopolitanism that we can actually learn from these regions? So I think what you have basically presented was actually trying to deconstruct the way in which actually also we look at the world, how we look at heritage, how we look at interconnectedness. So without further ado, we will invite for questions from the participants. Are there any hands raised? I think there will be. Maybe there will be a lot.
There is a point that I would like to make in response to yours as well, which is indeed, I think there is a lot of potential in flipping this directionality, which also again brings together places like East Africa and Eastern Indonesia, because there has been a very pervasive colonial discourse in which it was claimed that people received culture from outside, from the more let's say, Middle East and South Asian regions, and that they were somehow at the end of it, the sort of receiving end. And this is a very dominant discourse, which is among the things that we will have to deconstruct, but we don't have to do it alone, because in Africa, this can happen in a similar way, and in Africa, it is already started. And in this case, it will be perhaps parts of Asia that can learn from Africa, which is also against the prevailing discourse that we're having at the moment, in which people would still claim that Africa is a part of the world that needs to be developed. In a way, they're probably a couple of steps ahead of that. But the other thing that you mentioned as well, I think South Africa and also places like Macau make us, and Tanzania as well, make us think as to how far and how big the spice routes were. Where does it begin and where does it end? And that is an open question. If you look at, for example, the Caribbean, so I work at an institute that studies both Southeast Asia and the Caribbean. A place like Suriname, for example, has a Indonesian descended, mostly Javanese community, but also people from India. So this sort of Indian Southeast Asian connections that we look at when we do research on the spice trade, I mean, they continue in the Caribbean, in South America, and even parts of London that I've had the pleasure of visiting. They look as if as I would imagine a sort of traditional Indian Ocean market would have looked in terms of the products that are for sale, and even they have things like ikan tenggiri and ikan alu-alu and all of these sort of fresh fish from the Indian Ocean because of modern technology. So it's really a sort of philosophical question as well, because maybe the spice route is now truly global. It has become the world. And that, again, would put Indonesia in a very interesting position, because something that is now global started there in a place that is now often dismissed as backwards, which of course we can now turn around. So thank you for that as well.
Yes, thanks, Tom. I think we already have some participants who want to ask some questions. I will first ask Jamil. Silahkan.
Okay, thank you very much. It was very interesting presentation from both of you. I have a question to Dr. Gallup. It was interesting to see that you're studying the seal of about 4,000, if not mistaken, yeah. And you can see the difference between the era where the kingdoms in the archipelago have the connection or the relation to the Islamic world in the West, Turks, etc., Persian, and then a period of a Western influence, the Spanish, if not mistaken, the Makassar seal or something like that. So at between those period, can you distinguish the rise and fall of the kingdoms in the Indonesian archipelago? And for example, from the kind of a seal, they make a seal from a specific metals that minted in Indonesia or minted somewhere. Yeah, I'm interested between these two periods that you mentioned, the period when they have relation with the Islamic, other Islamic kingdoms, sultanate somewhere in the West, in the Middle East and the West, and Persian and that, and the period when the Westerners coming into the islands, into the archipelago. Thank you. My name is Agus Jamil. I'm from the University of Islamic State University of Jakarta. Thank you.
Annabelle, I think this question was addressed to you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Pa Agus, for your, interesting question. Maybe I'll just clarify a bit. In the 17th century, there was very much a sense of all these different influences coming from everywhere, from Gujarat, from Istanbul, from from Central Asia, from India, from the Mughal Empire, and including the Europeans. So at the start, in the 16th and 17th century, the Europeans were just one of many different influences in the archipelago. So, for example, the seal of the Sultan of Goa, that was which showed Portuguese heraldic influences, that was not imposed on him in any sense by colonialism. That was a selection of, sounded like an interesting idea. He appropriated the European concept of heraldic arms and adapted them to his own purposes. So in European heraldry, you always have illustrations, sort of figures at the center of the shield to signify the noble family. But in an Islamic context, when figural illustrations of animals or people is avoided, so in Goa, the Sultan chose just to have an inscription in Arabic script in the center. So it's really, at that time, it's an appropriation, a borrowing on equal terms. But what changed is when the Dutch monopolistic project in Indonesia took effect, that had the effect of stopping all the influences from the broader Islamic world. And that left a style of Malay seal, which was quite parochial in a way. It was much more indigenous, more, Kemelayuan, Kenusantaraan. You could see a very clear affinity for this. I mentioned the multiples of 4, the lotus petal, but also even in the inscription, the Arabic phrases, the religious phrases used became very conventional. So you just find something like al-wathik billah used in nearly all the seals. But in the 17th century, you find a much greater mastery of Arabic with unusual and original creations. So religious expressions of much greater variety on the seals. So in the 18th and 19th century, we have much more a sense of a conventionalized, coherent Nusantaran identity, in which the only ever increasing influence is European, Dutch, obviously by that stage. And so we see the emergence of Roman script on seals, a few Dutch words reflecting the increasing Dutch encroachment into all parts of Nusantara. But I suppose the one thing I would say is that the use of seals with Arabic script in the whole of Southeast Asia is intimately linked with religion. So they are religion and statecraft and politics. So they are only found in Islamic kingdoms in Indonesia, in Southeast Asia. So throughout, for example, Eastern Indonesia, Timor, parts of Nusa Tenggara, parts of Sulawesi, where there were not Islamic states, those states did not use seals. So it was very much the use of a seal with an inscription in Arabic script was very much a statement of participation in the Ummah, if you like, in the broader Islamic community. That's why I use the link with name cards. It's an expression of identity. So you only find seals in Arabic script on the whole in states which are of Islamic communities. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
We are still waiting for next questions, which can be both addressed either to Tom or to Annabelle. Are there any new questions? Okay, while waiting, I think one interesting problem that we have in Indonesia is that we successfully decolonized our language. So no Indonesian, or very few Indonesians actually can read Dutch. And it makes us actually in a position where we have problems actually in dealing with our own history, which I find quite different from neighboring countries such as Malaysia, Singapore, Thailand, India, where people actually can access their own histories because they can still read their colonizers' language or even their old scripts. But I think in Indonesia, we are actually in a very unfortunate position where very few Indonesians now actually have the ability to read into our own history. Even the teaching of the Jawi script, the Malay script, which was actually until 30 years ago quite common in Indonesian schools, has now disappeared actually from our curriculum. So I think this is also one interesting aspect, I think, when Tom touched on actually our efforts to decolonize actually our knowledge, even about our own history. Okay, the next question comes from Haidar Saleh. Please, Haidar, silakan. Tolong di unmute dulu.
Halo.
Ya.
Pak Dev, terima kasih. I would like to address the question to Ms. Gallup. Do you have any data whether the seal were imported in Indian basis by the kings, so they have to order it from the original artisan location, or they just do it in the king's court? I mean, like the artisan or crafter was presented to the king and they will do it there, like the Leonardo da Vinci in Medici's patronage, I mean, sorry. That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pat Haidar. It's a very interesting question. In one case, as I mentioned, the earliest Malay seal from Ternate, I am certain that was imported from probably from a Indo-Persian region, so either from Iran or Central Asia. But in principle, the seals were made locally. But it is an interesting question because actually, although the use of seals with Malay seals with inscriptions in Arabic script in Southeast Asia is linked to an Islamic identity, in fact, the use of seals in the Malay world was quite different from in many other Islamic empires. So, and this is a question of social structure. So in much of the Islamic world, for example, in the Ottoman Empire, in part in Iran, in India, every single person would have a seal, irrespective of their social status. So even slaves would have seals, because to do any official business, to borrow money or to buy a house or anything, you would need a seal to authenticate, to confirm a document, to pay your taxes, you would need a seal. But in the Malay world, the use of seals was strictly limited to the court hierarchy. So it was a privilege conferred by the Sultan, which went in hand with the conferment of a position, a jabatan, and a title. So if you were installed by the Sultan in a position, that gave you the right to have a seal made with that position on it. So ordinary people in the Malay world did not have seals. So I've just been asked some questions on privately on the Zoom group chat about, for example, merchants. Now, merchants did not use seals. Even professional writers did not use seals. One of the most, the clearest proofs of this distribution of seals is the famous Malay writer Munshi Abdullah, who was based in Singapore. When he set off on the final pilgrimage and he passed away on arrival in Mecca, he prepared his will, his wasiat, before he left Singapore, and he left it with the lawyers, and that will is not sealed. And so that shows that even someone as literate as Munshi Abdullah, he did not have a seal because he was not a court official. So in the Malay world, only court officials had seals. Now, what that means is actually there were very few seals made. So in Istanbul, for example, where everyone had a seal, seal making was a recognized field of it was an economic occupation, and there were guilds of master craftsmen in Istanbul. So you would actually join like a community, a commercial guild, and they even had different guilds for different types of engraving. So the seal makers who engraved on metal were different from the seal makers who engraved on semi-precious, on stones like carnelian. So that just gives you an indication of the sheer economic volume of seal production and how professionalized that craft was. But in the Malay world, very few seals were made. And so therefore, what we can surmise is that when you had a seal made, once you were installed with a particular title, you would simply ask a scribe, and Munshi Abdullah himself gives an example in his Hikayat Abdullah about how a seal was made. You would commission a scribe to write out the inscription, and then you would take it to the goldsmith, silversmith, tukang mas or pandai mas, to make it up into a seal for you. So your question, Pak Haidar, is absolutely right. They were made locally by local craftsmen. This explains why many Malay seals are calligraphically and technically not very accomplished, because not many seals were made, so they are only as good as the individual craftsman. The craftsman, that the goldsmith did not get many opportunities to make seals, and so sometimes even from a great sultanate, the seal, the quality of the engraving on the seal, the quality of the calligraphy is not very good. Now, there's only one social grouping in Southeast Asia which occupies a very different position in this field of having seals, and that is the group of ulama. So Islamic scholars who would go on the Hajj and often spend many months or many years staying in the Hijaz, studying Islam, studying theology before they came back to Nusantara. Now, during their time in the Hijaz, they needed a seal because everyone needed to have a seal made. So many of the scholars from Southeast Asia had seals made on arrival in the Hijaz, and when they came back to Nusantara, they continued using these seals. You can normally recognize these seals because they are different in style and engraving, and they're made within the Ottoman world, and they are more similar to Ottoman seals in general. So that is the way you can distinguish between seals which are made locally and those which are made elsewhere and brought to Nusantara. Thank you.
Thank you, Annabelle. We're still waiting for other questions. I think there was one question by from Fikri, but it was actually related to what you just actually answered regarding the source of the materials made to make these seals. But I think you already answered that. While waiting for other questions, I think Abi Yahya, he wants to try again. Silakan, Abi Yahya. Perhaps there are connection problems. Okay. Silakan. Silakan, Abi Yahya. Apparently, the connection is it still has a bad connection. While waiting for the connection to improve, maybe I want to ask Tom while waiting for other questions. We all know the term adat that is used widespread here in Indonesia, but we also know that it has some origins from Central Asia or from Arabic that has actually been spread around the world. Maybe you can elaborate actually on the on the trajectory of how this word adat actually came actually to this part of the world, and it has become so widely used.
Yeah, thanks. It's a very interesting question, also a bit difficult, because of course none of us were there when it was first introduced. But what we can say for sure is that it was introduced along with Islam and Islamization, and it was to make a difference between essentially what was part of fiqh and the rest of it. So essentially, it's typically translated with custom or customary. That is not precisely how it what it means, but it's somewhere there. So the basically customary traditions that coexisted with fiqh. And this is how you see it in the first, let's say, treatises of Islam. For example, I know the ones from Java, which make that distinction. And so that will be the first stage of development. So basically, and it should be added as well, that the what we now know as adat was actually received a lot more attention than fiqh in, for example, the books on, say, Undang-Undang Melaka, or basically the, say, Malay texts of how to behave in a certain society at a certain point of time. If you look at the actual rules that they made, I would say the vast majority in the beginning would be considered adat at the moment. So it was certainly a continuation of something that existed previously, although later, of course, they influenced each other as well. So this is this whole process of localization that I think Dr. Gallup alluded to as well, as borrowing on equal terms. I think this would be a great example of this, in which you do find these things coexisting without one kicking the other out. So under colonialism, of course, there would be a superimposition, which indeed happened. Under Dutch colonialism, they created a legal system in which, first of all, different groups were subjected to different laws. So if you were European or you were considered as European, you got different rules, essentially, than if you were considered indigenous. So European colonialism actually instrumentalized adat. They made it, you can call it co-optation, or you could call it expropriation, but they used something that was already present for their own benefits, essentially. And this is why, particularly from the beginning of the 20th century, Dutch, say, scholarship, especially in Leiden, was obsessed with adat as well and continued to study it because it was basically a way to make a career in the Netherlands Indies. Of course, the one mistake that they made is, or they realized it, but they couldn't do much about it, is that adat cannot be caught on paper because it changes according to local circumstances. So if I write down the entire adat of one island in a specific period of time, the next year it will be different. So this is an important thing to keep in mind. And that is why most of that scholarship is interesting historically, but not really legally. So yeah, interesting question that really connects to the broader topics I think we discussed today. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. I think there are numerous, there are already people raising hands. I will give the opportunity to Teresia Amadea Jayusman. Please go ahead with your question.
Hello, good afternoon. So I am Amadea, I'm from Kompas.com. I want to ask Tom about how was the impact of spice in the colonial area for its current use, especially in food? Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Teresia, for the question. Well, it is actually interesting because the colonial area started with spices, but it also ended with spices. And the reason why I'm saying this is Europeans were interested in Indonesia or knew about Indonesia because of the spices. They had spices previously, which ended up in Europe through India, through the Middle East, through Venice. And at around the 13th century, most of the European traditions knew about cloves and nutmeg and ginger and pepper. They had it, but it was very, very expensive. And the reason that the East India companies of specific European countries wanted to try and sail to Indonesia, to Southeast Asia, is to become rich through monopolizing the spice trade. And everything else basically happened in the wake of that. So without the spices, colonialism would not have taken the form that it did. But the other side to it is after colonialism, and even during the later stages of colonialism, a lot of people from the formerly colonized countries migrated to Europe. So we have a lot of different groups from what was called the former Netherlands Indies in the 1940s, 1950s, coming to the Netherlands. And there was a similar thing going on in the UK, of course, with people from the former British Empire. And those could be people from what is now India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, but also Eastern Africa. And so the spices were already there, but the recipes traveled, and the sort of dishes and the restaurants even on a scale that was previously unheard of. So after colonialism, the sort of cuisines in Europe continued to change. And you can really see the legacies of, say, Indian food being much more popular in the UK, Indonesian food being much more popular in the Netherlands, and Vietnamese food being much more popular in France. And that has to do with how empire was divided. So you could say that everything was somehow connected to spices under colonialism, and that is before it and afterwards as well.
Okay. Where was Teresa? If you still want to respond to Tom's answer. If not, we can move on to the next question. Yuda Tangkilisan, please go ahead. Silakan.
Okay, thank you for this opportunity. Good afternoon, from Indonesian time. I would like to ask Mrs. Gallup. Perhaps my question is already explained because I don't have a good signal here. But I would like to know more further about how did the Dutch VOC or the Dutch Indies government consider the traditional seals? Did they recognize it as a symbol of power when they open or make a relation with the traditional ruler, or what? Thank you for this opportunity.
Right. Thank you, Pak Yuda, for actually what is a really profound and significant question. Because through all my work on Malay seals, there's this big question: when did they start and why did they start being used? I already mentioned that they are very much linked to a sense of self-identity as an Islamic state. But But we know that Islam has been present in Southeast Asia for hundreds of years, probably, certainly in a formal sense of the conversion of the ruler since the Kingdom of Pasai in the 13th century. But we don't find the regular use of Islamic seals on manuscripts at that, or rather we don't have the evidence from that early time. And in fact, all the evidence from gathering seals over a period and thinking about them over about 20 years, all the evidence seems to indicate that the regular use of seals on documents, on manuscript documents and letters, only started relatively recently in around the 17th century. And in trying to puzzle out why this might be the case, I think it actually comes down, my opinion is that it comes down to Dutch influence in particular, and the mode of enforcing contractual agreements adopted by the VOC. And this was actually rather different to other European powers, because the Spanish and the Portuguese had been present in Southeast Asia for a century before the Dutch and the British. And they were equally fierce in their desire to sort of corner the spice market. But there isn't much evidence of the use of seals in contractual agreements between local Nusantaran powers and the Spanish and the Portuguese. We only see an upsurge in use with the arrival in particular of the Dutch. And I think that this is because of the emphasis placed by the VOC on the signing and sealing of contracts with all the smaller states into which they entered mercantile contractual agreements. They required the use of seals in a way that the other European powers did not. And so therefore the local kingdoms in Nusantara created seals in order to meet that demand. But they, even though this was due to a context created by the Dutch, the source of inspiration from which they drew to create these seals was the broader Islamic world of seals. So Malay seals are without doubt a subset of Islamic seals in general, which can simply be defined as a seal in which the inscription in Arabic script is the main motif. So that is the main reason for the use of seals. But there is, however, an interesting difference between the Dutch and the British attitude to Malay seals if we compare the different spheres of Dutch and British colonial influence by the 19th century. So you find the British in Malaysia and Singapore and parts of Borneo, and the Dutch in most of what is present-day Indonesia. And because the basis of British mercantile and colonial power was in India, the British had arrived in India at the time of the Mughal Empire, when all foreign traders were only accepted as servants of the Mughal emperor. And so the language of governance in Mughal India was Persian, and the use and all seals were inscribed in Persian. And so even East India Company officials all had Persian seals. And right into the 19th century, the British Governor General of India, or Governor General of Bengal, first of all, had used a Persian seal. Lord Minto, for example, had a seal inscribed in Persian. But on the other hand, the Dutch, from their basis in Batavia through 400 years, never saw themselves as underneath the auspices of Nusantaran kingdom. They saw themselves as an equal, and they never used Islamic seals. So throughout the history of Dutch presence in Indonesia, you never find an Arabic script inscription on a Dutch seal, but throughout the British colonial empire, India and in Malaysia and Singapore, the British officials used seals with Arabic script inscriptions. Even the governor of the Straits settlements based in Singapore in the 19th century still used a seal with a Jawi inscription. So there was quite a big difference, contrasting difference between seal use between the British and the Dutch spheres. I hope that's answered your question.
Thank you, Annabelle. We have time for one last question, and the opportunity goes to Tri Sutrisno. Please go ahead. Tri Sutrisno.
Hi.
Yeah.
Hi, good evening. Thank you, organizers, for organizing this, presenters for presenting, and other fellow attendees for asking questions. My concern is, again, back to what has been brought up about, people-to-people connection. That's one. Another concern I have is the line you brought up, Pak Dave, about areas of no concern. My question is, how can we encourage more people to come together to learn about each other's and to be curious about each other's history, cultures, when we already have certain blinders put in place, partly by the centuries of colonialism, and now partly by decades of nation building. And then perhaps because I'm calling from Singapore, where we are a very English-speaking country, therefore the people who we interact with, the languages which we conduct our studies in, also limits our curiosity. Yeah. So my question is how do we go beyond that? Maybe to be more specific, if I can ask to both Annabelle and Tom, if you have any recent example which points to a more optimistic, whether a recent collaboration or something you notice in your daily life. Yeah, that's all.
Well, I'll start off, but I think it's really one for Tom, because I personally would say maybe the key to this is language, actually. Language is, and this taps into something that Dave says about access to history. It's really, it opens the doors to both studying about the past and connecting with the present. And this also very much applies to Singapore with its increasingly sort of English dominant culture. It's really the effort needed to learn a language which opens doors into different views of the past and different cultures, which I think is the key. But I'll pass to Tom because I know he has much more to say on language than me.
Thanks, and I do agree on the language part, but just to give you an example of something concrete that we have tried to do is the idea of having summer schools in which people from across the, say, Indian Ocean world come together to one particular site, which is also somewhere in the Indian Ocean region, and basically have a workshop in which you don't just talk with academics, but also with sort of local knowledge holders. So it will depend on which part of the Indian Ocean you're in, who these people are going to be. But basically, those could be journalists, those could be filmmakers, those could be intellectuals, poets, directors. And to back up the point about language, yes, there will have to be simultaneous translation. But there are people who are hopefully willing to volunteer for that. So this is something we thought about quite a lot. And one of the problems, of course, and this is a big one, is the issue of visas. So for example, if such a thing would be organized in India, then our friends from Pakistan could not come, and vice versa. So this is a big problem, which we don't really have a solution to, other than saying there are some countries in which visa problems are relatively less than elsewhere. But this is a project that we have been trying to fundraise for, to actually do this and see what happens, what the sort of lost connections were, and And this could be, as was mentioned previously, through the sensorial. So again, spices would be a very, very good entry point in trying to do this, but also other things like, for example, the maritime, the sort of boat building, but also fishing and all of these things that, you know, academics might be interested in, but not really to discuss from a broad sort of interdisciplinary sort of transnational perspective. So I think these are things, music as well, by the way, like why, for example, in Indonesia, dangdut is so popular. If you look at the rhythm, it is basically, you find some Bollywood influences, but you also find something distinctly Middle Eastern, right? So this whole sort of archive of tastes and preferences that don't come through colonialism, and that also don't seem to come through the nation state. There is something else going on. So basically to establish those connections was our plan, that we finished for about 70%, and then the coronavirus broke out and now we can't go anywhere. So I think if we want to get this started, it has to happen online. But then the problem is we can't do simultaneous translation. So it basically means we could have people from India, Sri Lanka, and Singapore talking to each other. But Indonesia, and this is Dave's point as well, because it decolonized earlier than other, say, countries, there is a problem with language in which you know, the international community knows nothing that is written in Indonesian. And there's also a problem with Indonesians having now the responsibility to become bilingual or trilingual, because within Indonesia you speak multiple languages, which makes it tough. I think even to acknowledge that, you know, that it is easier if you have access to a colonizer's language, to say it that way, but it also limits, it's the same in East Africa, for example, when the people from Madagascar, the Seychelles, and Réunion talk to each other, they know each other because they all speak French, but they wouldn't know much about Tanzania, Kenya, and sort of the places where English is bigger. So it's a big problem. We have tried to do something, but I didn't launch, unfortunately. So I hope we can collectively think about solutions.
Okay, with that last answer, I think I was already asked by the organizers to conclude this this session. And listening to Annabelle and Tom, I think both your answers actually kind of wrap up actually this discussion today. And basically, I think that the importance when we are starting to engage with this whole spice route concept is actually to actually decolonize actually our knowledge on history or our nation-centric historiographies. And I think it opens up much possibilities actually in understanding the world, understanding actually the lost connections that we once had. And I think it would be important to use this actually as a framework to establish these new connections that are hoped to be formed. And Tom has already elaborated on what he has done. And I think we can learn from that. And as a final word, I would thank again Dr. Tom Hogervorst and Dr. Annabelle Gallup for being with us today. And we hope to meet you again soon in another session or in meetings, or hope to see you here after the pandemic ends. And I will return this back to the organizing committee. Again, also thank you for the participants and your very stimulating questions, which also contributed much to our discussion today. Okay, thank you. I will return this to the organizers.
Thank you, Dr. Lumenta. So this session concludes today's program. We'd like to thank all participants for joining our program for today. And we will start again tomorrow, the third day of International Forum on Spice Route. We will start at 9 o'clock with themes on maritime cultures. For further information on detailed programs, please follow our Instagram account @Negeri Rempah. Thank you. Good evening.